Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Spin that vortex up in the chat if I could be heard. Family, spin that vortex up in the chat if I could be heard. Y'all see the title? Open chop session. Y'all see what's going on? Military draft, various topics. Is your God a warlord? A lord of war? Gotta talk about these things, man. The war drums are beating. People out here low running. You know what I mean? Going crazy out in this deal, man. Everybody feeling today. All praises to the ever-present creator. The all in all, that always was, is, and ever shall be. Mighty and great spirit and mighty and great I am. That I am. Y'all see what it is. Hold on 1 second. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top. Pin that message. All right, so the link in the chat is pinned. If anybody want to jump on with your little brother, chop it up. You feel me? We about to get right into this, though. We about to get right into this deal. Credit game, open chop session, military draft, and various topics. Is your God a man of war? Is your God a warlord? Or a lord of war? Ooh, wait. Good to see everybody in the building. I see y'all chiming in. You know what I mean? Shout out to the CGG. Shout out to Credit Gang, FGK, CGG TV. Feel me? We in the building, man. Truly shaking up. Truly shaking up the foundation of these deities. We got up in the building. Dreadful Cosmon in the building. West Side, West Coast Connect. What's going on, big homie? Love, light, and balance to the fam. Believe that, know that. Love, light, and balance to the fam. We got Hub City in the building, City of Compton. MELCHIZEDEK lifestyle in the building. Love, light, and balance to everybody. We got the daughter of the great spirit, our sister, in the building. Love, light, and balance. We got Bezel the Oil Light. My brother down in the A. Love, light, and balance. YAH'KI in the building. What's the word, sis? MELCHIZEDEK teanaturall in the building. What is the word in this deal? Looking good, feeling good, man. Looking good, feeling good. Got the big homie Fritz Foxwell. Good chopping up with that brother about a month ago. Chopped it up and got it done. Who else we got up in here? Yazo. My brethren. What's the word, HICKMAN? How you be? Love, light, and cosmos. Balance to all the family, man. Believe that. Know that. Love, light, and cosmos in the building. Who else we got up in the building? We got the big homie, NehemiYAH. Ban. NehemiYAH. Ban. YAH'KI. Ban. Big homie in the building. What is the word, family? I'm about to bring you up on stage in a minute. Give me a second, big homie. Got you. What else we got? We got our brother Shannon Logan. Shan in the building. What's the word, HICKMAN? It's our brother with them shirts, boy. CGG shirts. Y'all tap in with our brother Shan Logan. The brother with the shirts. You know what I mean? Excellent work. Who else we got up in there? SHALOM TV. You got peace to the righteous God. Y'all tap in with the like, subscribe, and share. Your head ain't gonna start spinning around hearing all this light. If anything, it's going to resonate with you, or it's going to offend you. It's going to offend you. When you find out there are false gods, your God is amongst them. It may go sideways. Shout out to the brother Just Me in the building, the brother with the archives. Love, light, and healing to everybody, man. Believe that. Breathe in, let the light in. Balance. My brother Yahoo. What up, HICKMAN? You still out there driving trucks? Love, light, cosmon to the fam, man. Cosmon means balance for y'all that don't know. We in a time of balance. You balance out your physical understanding and your spiritual. You don't neglect either one of them. You understand? You're in a time of balance right now. Johnny James in the building. What's the word? HICKMAN. Yeah. I got my brother Brandon Carter from the NAP in the building. BC in the building. Nothing but love, light, and balance around here, man. Let me bring the big homie up on stage. NehemiYAH Bond in the building. What's the word, HICKMAN?
What it do, family? What it do?
Man, you got it. I see you outside already. What's going on?
Oh, yeah. turning some corners, man. Beautiful day in creation. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been hollering at the bros, you know, take a shot, man. Look at the, you know, creative creation, man. Let me give y'all a little something. I don't know if I can turn this camera around in this situation. Can you do it? I don't know. I'll do it this way. Look at that sky, boy. Did that work? Just wanted to show the creative creation. Man, you know, I've been on that all week, man. Just enjoying the creator's creation, man. That's all.
That's right. That's right, big dog.
With the wife and family, man. And, man, that was relaxing. And I don't know what, boy. Had me a veggie wrap on a croissant. Walnut cranberry salad, man. Ain't on nothing, man. Just wanted to come and holler at the family, drop some love, you know, sit in on class. I don't got nothing really, man. Man, just enjoying life right now, man. Glad up out of that bondage, man. Hey, another good thing I'm telling you. Hey, the block party is real. There's a lot of peace in the block party. I'm learning, man, you ain't got to give a lot of your energy to these cats, man, arguing with these cats back and forth. If they want to get it in, sit down, chop and holler. I had found myself hollering at bros, and man, it's a lot of hate, boy, when these brothers can't lord over you. You know what I'm saying? They try to tell you who you can and can't be cool with. Bros real jealous over the brotherhood you have with other brothers. Man, you ain't bound to none of that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Bros get real mad, man. We have a whole lot of bros that get mad over the brotherhood that me and this man Malaki have, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about mad because I ain't denounced this brother like they have, or because I haven't abandoned this brother and left him outside like they have. You know, they ain't brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? No two men think alike, you know what I'm saying, or nothing like that. And whether you agree with them or not, you know what I'm saying, I don't mean forsake the brother or talk bad about him or abandon the brother. You know what I'm saying? These brothers been fake brotherhood for a long time, man. It's good to go ahead and bring them out and call them out on it, you know, for real. But don't let nobody lord over y'all life, man. That's a big lesson I learned. Cause these men talking about they run around here telling bros, oh man, you can't toast with them brothers because they saying creator. I'm like, what? They ain't talking to me. They going around telling other bros that they can't toast with brothers like me or Mally or whatever or whoever because they say the word creator. But the word creator is in the Bible. So the hypocrisy. Paul called him the respectful, if I remember that, the faithful creator or the respectful creator in Romans. Don't quote me on that. It's one of them. But Paul definitely calls him the creator. Isaiah calls him the creator. He's called the creator all throughout the scriptures, bro. But it's just the fact that brothers try to lord over you, man. These cats is wicked, man. I don't understand. If y'all supposed to be children of light and y'all supposed to be trying to get the people to come together for the great and terrible day of the Lord, y'all got too much division, man. Ain't no light in y'all cats. So, again, that's evidence of the false gods and the lack of light in these brothers. You know? But, hey, the block party is good. What I mean by the block party, block them out your phone, block them out your life. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Block them off your social media. And if it's meant for them to come back to you, they'll drop back in. You know what I'm saying? But don't let these people get up in your space, man, and you find yourself where y'all about to be into fist locks and face jaw drops and stuff like that. Boy, you be on pay-per-view before you know it with these cats. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get into that space, man. I found myself almost getting toward that space, boy. I said, y'all almost forgot who I was. And they'll drag you right back into the darkness with them, man. Look, that's what the false guys want. So I can sit here and say, look at these supposed to be the children of light. They back here ready to fight. See, it's a trap. Your enemy has a trap set for you, bro. And you ain't got to fall into that trap, bro. So I'm saying that just to say this, man. Stay on your highest light. That's all I'm saying. Because these cats here, I have you drowning in darkness. Mad because a brother has a friendship. I asked these same brothers, I said, man, y'all be the same brothers that'll go up. And I just actually what I said, listen, can you show me in the Bible, right, and level a charge against the Messiah because he had a friendship with his disciples, right? You'll hate that. Because they wasn't on the same accord as the Pharisees. They get mad at Abraham because he didn't carry a Bible. They get mad at Abraham because he didn't carry a KJV. Oh, Abraham, you going off. You don't have a Bible in your hand. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, man, these cats are the modern day Pharisees, bro. I'm telling you, they're gonna cycle back around. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. These modern day Pharisees and cycle back around, bro. Straight up. And so what I mean is, so if you go back to the Torah, if you don't say what you got is the Torah, right? And it cycle back around, right? You would never be able to add the prophets to the Torah, what you would call the Tanakh, right? Because these guys are scared to even read anything else. Oh, no, you better not add that Isaiah, Nehemiah, and all them to that Bible, to the Torah. You can't add nothing to it to take away from it. And then here it is, come the New Testament. You'll never get the New Testament added to the Bible or the Apocrypha. Because these guys, so I'm saying these guys who talk that hypocrisy about the whole gospel reading anything new are the same guys that read Philo, Jasher, Josephus, all that, bro. These guys, bro. The utter hypocrisy is real, bro. The utter hypocrisy is real. These guys would never, ever, 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 ever graduate. Hey, Cosmon K, I talked about you. I was talking to Mally, man, the other day about this. Hey, Cosmon did a class. Shout out to my brother Cosmon. Cal, man, he did a class, but he said, man, the reason why they can't get this greater light because they ain't graduated out the Bible, bro. You hear that? The reason why these cats can't get that greater light because they ain't graduated out the Bible. They ain't graduated, bro. They ain't. Bro, these cats are walking hypocrisies, bro. That's why they can't win. They trapped in darkness. They trapped in the idol worship of a book. They trapped. And nothing you can do to save them either. You hear me? Right? Nobody saved you. You had to start vibrating high. You had to start vibrating high. They got to start vibrating high. So I learned, you know what I'm saying? I ain't fighting with these cats. I understand they where they at for a reason. Right? It's like Noah. Right? He didn't run around there trying to convince nobody. Amen. 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 And bro, he was building the ark. He was doing his work, doing the do. And when the time came to close that door, he closed that door. I ain't trying to save these cats. When it's time for the deluge, it's time for the deluge. Over for that. You know what I'm talking about? I try to be at peace with all men if possible. That's what the Bible actually says. But hey, these cats are getting mad with Jesus. Jesus ain't got no KJV Bible in his hand. He's going off. Hey, Mally, man, that's all I had to say, man. These cats funny to me.
Hey, really, really though, you know, and salute to you, big homie. You know, boy, me and you go back 20 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shit, the good and the bad. You know what I mean? Shit, we went to plenty of wars together, all type of just, you feel me? But what it is what you already know. And It's the fear of the unknown. You know what I mean? Like, naturally, you gotta buck back and be like, well, hold on, because you've been grown to understand that ain't nothing higher than what it is you've been talking about. We've been talking about all these years, it ain't nothing higher than that. You feel me? And there's only really one way to prove that. You got to put it on display. And Nehemiah, me and you, years been banging. What they talking about? Years from honors projects and colleges. You know what I mean? Don't get that conversation going back to street teaching, back to classes. I'm talking about to on the spot debates, like on the spot, nigga, get the board out. Get the board out, draw a T-chart. Nigga, whoever lose got to stand down. You know what I mean? So there's really only one way to prove, and all these years we've been doing. All these years we've been showing that the Bible has more authority and more like Ron than anything coming out of it. You feel me? Because that's one thing Israelites do. We bang when it comes to Bible. It's just we got it. We got the precepts down, and ain't nothing to call it down. Flip over there, grab that, hold that. You feel me? And got the whole block lined up with soldiers ready to pull a scripture, bro. We do that. We do that sleeping. You feel me? So for years, Bible has been kicking rear end and taking names for years, especially coming out the zone we come from. You understand? So a couple years ago, I was like, man, look, battle with the Holy Ghost. Because look, me, you, Zoe and Ruben used to talk about that, bro, years ago. Like, bro, we need to go ahead and get all the books out. You feel me? And whoever book or whichever book got the most light. At the time, we like Bible, ain't nothing messing with Bible. Whatever book got the most light, these niggas gonna have to stand down. You feel me? So battle with the Holy Books all simmering right now. So a couple years ago, when I linked with my brothers, Selah, Shalom, Cosmon, Cal, Daryl, Cosmon, I'm like, bro, it's really only one way we can prove whatever we're talking about. Let's go ahead and put it into action. Battle with the Holy Books. You feel me? Let's get a spot, right? Have a couple hundred people come through. Have a practitioner from every book up on stage. Bible, Quran, WASP, Kemetic literature, Kemetic text, whatever, Sumerian, you know what I mean? Whatever, have a practitioner from all of it up there. You dig? Let the crowd ask questions, and let's see who's got the ability to go into the text, open it up, and let's see let the crowd decide where to light it. You feel me? Let's go ahead and go verse for verse. So when we put that out there, the gang was ready. Cal, Selah, that was like, bro, that ain't nothing. Let's get it. Bro, do you know how many brews did not step up and take that? You know how many Christians did not step up and take that? You feel me? They was more worried about me getting cool and close with these brothers than like, hold on. This is what we've been waiting on. Let's go ahead and openly display what a higher light is. Let's go ahead and do it. Instead of that, niggas like, man, who is this nigga with these dreadlocks smoking this weed that's nigga that you seem to be getting cool with? I'm like, y'all tripping off the wrong thing. You feel me? Hold on. We got to go ahead and get the books out and see what's wrong with that. You feel me? And bro, ever since then, you notice ain't nobody even tried to go verse for verse with us. Ain't even tried. So really the only way to prove what a higher light is to put it into action. And going on shit with 2-3 years now. Creative Gang been putting Owaski in the play. We jumped out there and pressed play on it. You did hit every platform, and that single platform was a team debate. You know what I mean? And we've been showing and putting on display the difference between the ever-present creator of all creation and your local cosmic deity, your local atmospherian deity, or God, or Lord. We've been openly putting that on display, and a lot of the things that we say, nobody from that side should get mad because the Bible already say that God is an angel.
So how you gonna argue about that?
What do we argue about? The Bible already say that God is a man and the angel was a one time. It already say that. What's the problem? You feel me? The problem is, guess what? When you find out there are false gods and your God is amongst them, when you find out, like, hey, it's a higher light outside. You know what I mean? There's a higher light outside, and we've been openly displaying that back to back to back to back. You know what I mean? So that's what it is, the fear of the unknown, and it's the realization that, dang, man, I've been in agreement with a false one this whole time. Think about what you was willing to do, or think about what the majority of Israel was willing to do. They're willing to unalive their families if the wind blows a certain way. You see what I'm saying? And like my bro say, we the real Israelites. What you talking about? We the ones telling you weapons down. We the ones telling you, you know what I mean, stop putting those animals between your chops. We the ones telling you. You understand? Nah, the Creator ain't inspiring none of that warfare. Y'all running around there hoping blood gonna flow through the horses, brother. The Creator ain't inspiring none of that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is, a higher light outside. It'd be different if we had put a jacket on Creator and was like, he's bloodthirsty. He requires goat heads. He requires you to kill your children and your family if commanded. You know what I mean? He's angry, he's jealous, he's vindictive, he's narcissistic. It'd be different if we were saying that, but we the ones telling you, no, that ain't what it is. Whatever you thought it was, that ain't it. That ain't it. You know what I mean? And we actually are bringing a higher light and understanding dealing with who everyone believes that who they call God is the Creator. All right, well, let's go ahead and bring a more higher and clearer understanding. You know what I mean? Why would a Creator command you to unalive children or anyone breathing oxygen? You see what I'm saying?
The higher law is thou shalt not kill.
It's as simple as that. And not one cat ever said, well, you know what? We have been commanded not to kill. Every last one of them said, hell yeah, I do it. What you mean? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I do. What the fuck you mean? What I do what? You know what I mean? So, bro, it's evident, and where I'm at with it, just like it just makes sense. You know what I mean? And that's all you need. All you need is that confirmation within to tell you you're on the right path. That's what's up. You feel me? Talk to me, Nick.
No, then look, then you get mad when you get called out on it that you didn't even try the spirit, bro. Because even in the hospital, when you went over the story and read the story, right? Basically, you doing a read for him. Sit down. If you ain't ready, sit down, watch the class. Mally is basically walking you through the story. And not only that, he's doing you a courtesy by taking you into both books. Giving you a play-by-play from both books.
Yeah.
Your commentary. Because in the book of Acts, in the tapestry of meats, in the vision that was given, it said, rise and eat. Right? He said, no, Lord, I ain't never did that. At least he tried the spirit, bro.
Yeah, excellent point.
At least he tried the spirit. He said, right? He said, no, Lord, So, I ain't never did that. At least he was getting taught a lesson not to call what? Nothing uncommon or unclean. Being prepared to be brought before who? Cornelius. Right? But the whole thing is this. Yo niggas didn't even try the spirit. And then in the same book, it tells you that even Satan could be transformed into the angel of light. And then you let like Cosma and Kel and you let Sarnetta to tell you if he came in all splendor and glory looking like, you know, the great I am. You know, like, you know, looking like that dude. And told you to do it. Just because he said do it, you'll do it. You didn't even try the spirit, bro. But then when you get to Osby, and it was told by Abraham, prove to me then. Huh? Prove. Because I was commanded a higher law not to kill. Ooh, wait.
And you see the false God had to depart after that. And God departed, perceiving that Abraham knew the higher law. The higher law of not shedding blood, man. Not spilling blood.
Don't that make sense? Also in the Bible, it says, resist the devil, he shall what?
Flee from him. Flee.
You see how you brought those two books together to make perfect sense? You didn't really have to, because the higher light was already being established in OHSP. But you can sit there and look back at your book, if you had the full understanding of your book, using what Cosmo and Cal said. If you graduated from your book, when you read this, you can go back and store in your mind of your book, like, man, that did make sense, because my book said, try the spirit. The book says, resist the devil, he shall flee. My book says, thou shalt not kill, so why am I being requested to kill? My book says that, now look, the Messiah said that if you harm anything on any of these children, it'd be like wrapping a millstone around your neck. But here it go, a God just commanded a bird to kill all these kids. So is Jesus gonna put a millstone around God's neck? You see how you got to balance out all these stories?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, boy.
You got to balance out all these stories. See, you so confused because you're hearing the word Lord, God, Lord, God, Lord, God, Lord, God, and you don't know the difference between Lord and God. So you ask them, what's the difference between Lord and God? Because they scared to touch the OHSP and understand the difference between what is a Lord, what is a God, what is true God, what is creator. They lost in the sauce and don't know who they're dealing with. And you got one point in the Bible where God said count, and then you got Satan said count. Is God Satan? Then you get mad when the Bible being told that you got contradictions. But then you run around here singing songs, the Bible is the truth, I put my soul on it. Signed, stamped, and sealed, and put the foe on it. Then you get mad when I tell you I don't sing that song no more. I dare not sing no song like that ever again. Especially when the author come and tell you, judge these books. When if I give a direct inspiration to man, it's direct inspiration. If it come to you, it's not direct no more. How you mad at that? I don't know. And you sound like you mad at that a man hasn't reached a level of a higher light. That's higher light, bro. How you mad at greater understanding? And half the people that read these Bibles really wasn't good at comprehension in school. We need to actually start asking some of these teachers, how did your English and comprehension look when you was in grade school, middle school, and high school, and college? Before you come up here and start claiming yourself to be at Moray.
Here, let me show that example what you just gave. That was an excellent example about David. You know what I mean? And David being provoked, right? Let me show that real quick. That's an excellent example.
Yeah, 1 minute he's Satan, 1 minute it's God. Which one is it?
Watch what NehemiYAH is saying. And you know, we bring this out. People try to best to wiggle out of this. Can't wiggle out of it, man. Same event.
I'm gonna go on mute before you bring it out.
All right, so right here, y'all, this is 1 Chronicles 21:1. Look what it says. Census, or counting of the people, census brings pestilence. Look at this. 1 Chronicles 21:1. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. Satan stood up. And Satan is the one provoking David to number or enumerate. Who's Satan? Look at this.
Strong's H7854. Satan.
That's the shin. That's the tet, and that's the noon. Final. All right, now watch this. All right, so we'll say right here, KJV translates Strong 7854, H7854 in the following manner. Satan 19 times, adversary 7 times, withstand 1 time, adversary, one who withstands, adversary in general, personal or national, superhuman adversary, Satan or Satan, an opponent, especially with the article prefix, Satan, the arch enemy of good, adversary, Satan withstand. Y'all see that? Let's go back. All right, let's go back. So it's clear who stood up against Israel, and it's clear who was provoking David. It's biblical Satan, or Satan, the adversary, the enemy of everything that is good. All right, y'all see that? If y'all see that Satan in 1 Chronicles 21:1 is the one that stood up against Israel, and that Satan is the one that provoked David to number Israel, give me a 9 up in the chat. Give me a 9 up in the chat. See, what they don't want you to do is slow down. See, it's different when you precepting all over the place and you speed reading. What you're going to find out when y'all hit the brakes and slow down a little bit, what you're going to find out is all these mores and these so-called quote-unquote teachers, they've been speedballing scripture past you. They've been throwing you curveballs, fastballs, all that. Knowing you really ain't got the time to hit the brakes on the nigga and walk him down. Hold on, what you just say? What that just say? You see, those that be or the powers that be don't want y'all in no type of light. Right? It's designed to keep you chasing your tail. It's designed. All right, this is clear. That said, he that is opposed to everything good, Satan, biblical Satan, Satan, is the one who stood up against Israel and the one who provoked David to number Israel. I see nothing but 9s flying. A lot of us are familiar with this story. Look at this. But notice up here that it gives a witness to it, a precept. 2 Samuel 24:1 through 25. All right, same story. Same exact story. Now look at this. Look at this. Second Samuel 24:1. And again, notice it witnessed 1 Chronicles 21:1 through 6. We just read it. Okay? Look at this. 2 Samuel 24:1. Again, the anger of the Lord. Who's the Lord? And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. You know what a millie mouth misfit gonna try to speed past you? Oh man, this happened twice. No. Same event. Same event. And in 2 Samuel 24:1, it's the Lord. Well, who was the Lord that was angry? And his anger was kindled against Israel, and he the one that provoked. Who was the Lord? Because in 1 Chronicles 21, it said Satan, Satan, the enemy. Who was the Lord?
Strong's H 3068. Yehovah. Yehovah.
Well, the Lord is Yahovah or Yahweh or Yahweh or Yahuwah, whatever you want to say. That's the Lord that provoked David to number Israel according to 2 Samuel 24:1, but according to 1 Chronicles 21:1, it was Satan or Satan, the adversary of everything good. But over here it says the Lord, and this is biblical Yahweh, biblical Yahweh, Jehovah, the existing one, the proper name of the one true God. Wow. Unpronounced except with the vowel points. What does it say? The self-existent or eternal Jehovah, Jewish national name of God, Jehovah the Lord. So now the only question remains is Yahweh or the Lord and Satan interchangeable? That's the same story. That's the same story. In one, it says the Lord or Jehovah or Yahweh, right? And the other, it says Satan. Are they interchangeable? What does this mean? You know what somebody else they either gonna tell you that this happened twice. One time it was Satan tempting them, the next time it was the Lord or Yahweh or Yahweh tempted him to do the same exact thing that Satan just tempted him to do. You see? Contradiction at its finest. Unless you're going to come on outside and say Yahweh is Satan, or the Lord is Satan. Another thing that's somebody going to try to take you to try to wash this up under the rug or sweep it under the rug is the book of Job. Job 1, or I believe like 1 through 8 or something like that, where the devil or Satan has to go to God who sits on his throne to get permission to destroy Job. So even if the Satan did tempt David, it was because the Lord sent the devil on Job like the Lord sent Satan on David in Israel. Look at that. Y'all, it's two different, look at this. First Chronicles, right? 21 and 6. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. Satan stood up. 2 Samuel 24:1. And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David. Who was he? The Lord. Who was the Lord? Jehovah, Yahweh. And he moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. See, that's what Nehemiah was just talking about right there. You know what I mean? So there ain't no reason to be angry at the brother or the gang for bringing out or pointing out these obvious truths. It's just what it is, man. It's just what it is. Y'all want to jump on and chop it up with your brother? The link is pinned to the top of the chat, man. Let's get into some of this, man. Let's get into this so-called new defense bill. The giraffe, you say? Really? Really? Uh-oh. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Should women be on the front lines of war just like men? Well, that's what some Democrats are pushing for. Senate Democrats added language to the annual defense authorization bill that would require women to register for the draft. Conservatives, led by Senator Roger Wicker, are expected to attempt to remove the provision. Senator Josh Hawley, who led efforts to strip similar language requiring women sign up for the draft in 2021 and 2022, called the provision insane, woke, and told Fox News Democrats shouldn't be experimenting with the military. But Senate Armed Services Committee Chair Jack Reed, a Democrat, defended the policy, saying, quote, "Women are doing a remarkable job in our forces today, and if we were in a situation requiring a draft, I think we would need all able-bodied citizens 18 and above. It's not like World War II where we need a lot of infantry. We need cyber experts, we need intelligence analysts, linguists, etc. Wait a second, there are a lot of women out there that can do this better than men."
Either way, women shouldn't worry too much since the military hasn't activated a draft in over 50 years. Plus, these proposals have a slim chance of actually becoming law. And it's questionable if Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer will even bring the bill to the floor, given the dwindling numbers of days on the legislative calendar before the election. Moreover, women have been in combat before. War has changed from days of conventional front lines. During the Iraq invasion, women served as military police and often encountered.
Yeah, but look, it sounds good. That's all I'm saying. Like, look, the war is messy business. War is ugly. You know what I mean? Especially with this modern woman. Man, the modern woman used to getting her hair done and her nails and toenails done, her feet done up. She used to go into the spa, going shopping and you know, these women ain't trying to pick up no M16 and get it cracking around her. Stop it. But look where everything is headed, y'all. Straight darkness. Now, you got people that will fight tooth and nail. You know what I mean? That will fight tooth and nail against you and try to convince you that war is of the creator, who they call God. That the creator, so which side you on? America or Russia? Israel or Palestine? Huh? You know the sayings, for God and country, for God, country, and family. Patriotism. Everybody wants to be a patriot these days, huh? But no, they make it, if you ask me my personal opinion, they're making a huge mistake trying to put the modern woman, you know what I mean, as a whole on the front line. You done lost your damn mind. We gonna lose rapidly. Not no front line. No, not the modern woman. The modern woman is not about to be out there crawling through no mud and no blood. You know what I mean? Going to war, especially the American woman. No. The American woman been too spoiled. She ain't finna pick up no nigga. As soon as they get hot outside, no, you might as well cancel all that one. That ain't cracking. You know what I mean? Just to be honest. But understand this: the creator of all creation ain't sanctioning no type of warfare. So all of this you seeing is byproducts of the false gods via their favorite weapon called religion. Let's cook.
Battles. So is this just a talking point? I think maybe it is. Maybe it's like, oh, you want to automatically register everyone for the draft? Will you register women? But I think the conversation should have been, okay, we're going to automatically register people for the draft, but not to vote. Maybe we should automatically register people to vote as well. Instead, it's become this sort of culture war gender debate.
Yeah, it's interesting. You kind of see two reactions from people on the right, at least that I've seen, one of which is, well, all of you feminists called for equality, now you get to reap the fruits of it. And then others saying, no, this is ridiculous. We should be sticking to traditional gender roles. If men are going off to fight in wars, women need to stay home and take care of families. And I guess I fall somewhere in the middle on that, but I think it's all a distraction from the fact that there shouldn't be a draft.
Absolutely.
Right?
I agree. If no one's willing to fight for the country they live in, should that country be fought for at all? So be it. If no one's willing to fight for the United States of America, maybe we should develop it into a country worth fighting for. I think there's enough people very willing to serve the country, and it should be something that happens off of incentives. I don't like that so many working class kids are like, well, I could either stay in this hometown working a minimum wage job for the rest of my life, or I could get a college degree, but I give my entire life to the US government through the military service. That's not a great decision. I don't think that should be a decision anyone ever makes, but I also don't really think we should have a draft. I mean, we should maybe end it before we have the technology to clone people and the empire can take over. It's a little Star Wars for you, but I don't think we're going to get to that point. I think what's going to happen is this doesn't end up being on the floor.
Yeah, I think at least when people are choosing to join the military for economic reasons or to get away from their hometown to have some kind of future career, I mean, at least there's ostensibly a choice there. But with the draft, I mean, the reality is the elites are still not going to be subjected to it because there are all kinds of ways that people can wriggle out of it, and all of the exceptions to being drafted outside of things related to like being a mother are people who are going through higher education or are serving some other purpose here in the country. And so the people who consistently vote to continue the draft or add more classes of people into the draft are exactly the people who are never going to have to worry about them or their kids being drafted. So it's, I think, just like another tool of the elites to force the working class to fight their wars for them.
You heard what she said. I think it's just another tool of the elite to basically validate their and classify their awards for them. Boy, it ain't hard to tell with a light at, man. It ain't hard to tell with a light at. No, don't worry about it. We're going to touch on patriotism today, just in case there's any American pie-eating patriots listening. You know what I mean? And that ain't just patriotism for America. Like, you willing to go to war and shed blood and kill, pillage, and village over some land that don't belong to none of y'all. It's the creator's earth. Ain't none of you mealy-mouth misfits make none of it. Huh? You the animal in the zoo. You run around the zoo. You don't run the zoo. You run around it. Yeah. Yeah, you don't run the zoo. Man has forgotten his place. Now man is a landlord. Look at this right here.
So women have never been required to register for the draft, but that could soon change thanks to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Mike Emanuel live in Washington with more. Hi, Mike.
Martha, good morning. The Senate version of the National Defense Authorization Act, which sets out military and national security priorities, would require women to register for selective service. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley is not a fan, writing on X, quote, "I'm not voting for any defense bill that forces my daughter to register for the draft. Not now, not ever." And he's not alone. Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy also reacting on X, quote, "You can go straight to hell over my dead body." The argument for women being a part of the draft comes from experts.
See, and look, if war and patriotism is such a good thing, why your daughters can't go to war? You mean go to hell over your dead body? I thought war was a good thing. I thought it was an honor to spill blood in the mud for the deity and country. They act like that because they know deep down it's wrong. It's wrong. You feel me? Let's keep rolling.
Such as the National Commission on Military, National, and Public Service. It concludes, quote, "This is a necessary and fair step, making it possible to draw on the talent of a unified nation in a time of national emergency." Now, there are two different versions of this bill, one in the House, one in the Senate. So it's possible women in the draft could get dropped as lawmakers iron out the differences. Martha?
Mike, thank you very much. Mike Emanuel in D.C.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brad.
Real spill, boy. Real spill. Serious business out here, man. Serious business. What it is people understand, and you already know. A child knows. A child understands and can easily verify that war is ugly business. It's messy. It's messy. It ain't nothing that, you know what I mean? But the reason anyone is willing to die for God and for country, it's a biblical thing, yo. You feel me? So what you have is people just acting out the character of the one they've been in agreement with, the one they've been worshiping, the God. You know what I mean? A lot of these so-called Christians and Israelites, they got blood in their chops. Can't wait to kill. Yeah, you've been tasting blood your whole life and chewing on animal sandwiches your entire life. On top of your environment you've been raised around. On top of the indoctrination that you've been hit with. You know what I mean? Yeah. A chosen people, a land that you got to go kill over and shed blood. Isn't that new? It's right here in the book of Deuteronomy 32 and 15. But Jeshurun waxed fat. Jeshurun is another name for the children of Israel. Jeshurun, Ariel, you know, stuff like that. There you go, right here. Jeshurun equal upright one, a symbolic name for Israel, describing her ideal character, which is supposed to be an upright. Now look what Jeshurun was on. Look at this. Look at this right here. But Jeshurun, or Israel, waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen or grown fat. Thou or you, Israel, are grown thick. Thou or you are covered with fatness. Then he forsook God. Israel forsook God. So in other words, Israel got to a point to where they were being blessed. They was riding high on the proverbial hog. You know what I mean? You know how it is. Sometimes when you get up, you tend to forget about spiritual things. That's what basically this is saying. It got to a point to where they was prospering and they forsook or turned their back on who they call God. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. They provoked him. Who's they? Israel. Israel provoked him, the God of Israel, to jealousy. The strange gods, with abominations provoked they him to anger. So the God of Israel gets angry. He gets jealous. All right, it's Bible. We you know what I mean? It shouldn't be nobody being angry or mad. We're reading out of the Holy Bible. What does it say? They, Jeshurun of Israel, provoked him, God, to jealousy. With strange gods, with abominations, provoked they him to who? Anger. So, yes, the God of Israel is jealous and angry. Look at this. They, Israel, sacrificed unto devils, not to God. What's age 433? What's age 433?
Strong's H433. Eloah. Eloah.
Eloah, probably prolonged from age 410. We should all know what age 410 is. What's age 410?
Strong's H410. Ale. Ale.
Ale. Ale. Look at this. Okay. So in Deuteronomy, when it's talking about God, it's saying Eloah. Eloah, another form of Ale, basically. They sacrifice unto devils, not to Ale, not to God, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begot thee, you are unmindful. So of your God, you don't remember your God. You remember these foreign gods. And has forgotten God, Ale 410. Sure.
Strong's H410. Ale. Ale.
It is Ale, right? Look what it says. Ale is God, the one true God, who? Jehovah. So God and Lord are one and the same in Bible. In history, Yahweh or Yahweh and El were two separate gods. They were both Canaanite gods on the same squad. But Bible, they're fused together. El is Jehovah. Now watch this. Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord, Yahweh, saw it, he abhorred them. He hated them. This ain't talking about Esau, and it's talking about Israel. But again, if the Creator is all-knowing and ever-present, then it ain't nothing you doing that surprises him. For him to get jealous, angry, vindictive. And when the Lord or Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them. He abhorred Israel because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. So yeah, the Yahweh or Yahuwah, Elohim, you did? Right in Bible tells you that he abhorred the children of Israel for how they moved and how they turned their back on him. Abhorred them, hated them. Look at this. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very forward generation, wicked, children in whom is no faith. That's why the real Israelites are the faithless. We're the ones with the faith, the ever-present Creator. Look at this. This is about Israel. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God, that which is not El. That's 14. This is what God is saying. Moses is supposedly penning this. You know what I mean? And this is what God is saying through Moses as he's writing, supposedly. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not El. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. I will move them to jealousy, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. So now, since God is saying, biblical Yahweh is saying, since you made me jealous, I'm going to make you jealous. Since you chose another God, I'm going to choose different people. This is in Deuteronomy. This is in Torah. This is in Torah. Since you provoked me to jealousy, since you chose a different God, I'm going to choose a different people. But again, remember, God is all-knowing. Well, God or the Creator is supposed to be all-knowing, all-powerful, the all-in-all. Sees all, hears all. Right? So how is it that God gets jealous or angry or vindictive if who you call God is ever present? All-knowing. There ain't nothing you doing that surprises him. Ain't nothing man doing that surprises Creator. You already know. So how you get jealous about something you already up on? How? They, Israel, have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. Dang. Look what God say. Look what biblical God say. For a fire is kindled in my anger and shall burn into the lowest hell. Dang. And shall consume the earth with their increase and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. Look what he say. I will heap mischiefs upon them. This is God. This is your God declaring war on you. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. Who you think he talking about? He ain't talking about the foolish nation that he just chose. He's talking about Jeshurun, Israel, the Israelites. Is this the character of an ever-present, all-knowing creator? Or is the deity becoming jealous and angry? You know what I mean? Because there's competition. Like, think about it. Ain't no competition with what we call the Most High Creator. What comp? Everything that you see and can't see comes from him. Ain't no competition. Even the false gods depend on the Creator for substance. Look what he's saying he gonna do though. I will heap mischiefs upon them, the Israelites. I will spend mine arrows upon them. They, the Israelites, shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling, which is a baby that's on his mama's breast, also with the man of gray hairs. I said I will scatter them into corners. See, even the sucklings get the sword and the wrath of biblical God. Look at that. From the suckling up to the ancient, the elder. I said I will scatter them in the corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy. So now, who you call God, it fears the wrath of the enemy. Fears the wrath of the nations that you're at war with. That's crazy. Lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, unless they should say, our hand is high, and the Lord have not done all this. Dang, look at this. For they, Israel, are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and the Lord has shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom and the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in store with me and sealed up among my treasures? Look what it says. To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due season, in due time. For the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. It's coming quickly. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants when he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you and be your protection. So God saying them gods you was dealing with, call on them. You know what I mean? Call on them for your protection. Call on them. Basically, nine boo boo. Look at this. Look what God is saying. See, hold on for a second, y'all. Look what God say. Deuteronomy 32 and 39. See now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. Look what he say. This is what the God say. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. So this is the character of the God. So when you see people willing to go to war and spill blood over God and country, it's because that's the character of God. God talking about spinning arrows on everybody from his chosen down to his enemies. And in this context, his enemies are his chosen. Look at that. He said, if I whet or sharpen my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood. Good night, boy. Good night. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood. And my sword shall devour flesh. And that with the blood of the slain and of the captives from the beginning of the revenges upon the enemy. So as you see, and of course you can always keep reading, but I mean, as you see, you dig, that's the character of the God. God ain't playing with you. He said he got a glittering sword. I wound, I heal, I kill. Look what he said here. 32 and 39. See now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill. I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I sharpen my glittering sword and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and reward them that hate me. This nigga talking heavy, boy. Strip off that. Then he got arrow. He got a sword. He got arrows, anger, jealousy, warfare. So that's why, the United States of America can drop a hydrogen bomb on Japan and trip off this, not even sneeze at it. Because they're doing it for God and country. This is their chosen piece of real estate, and that's their God. Their God validates warfare. Their God told you he's a man of war. See what I'm saying? And he's describing how he get down right there. If I sharpen my glittering sword, I will make my arrows drunk with blood. So now you know what it means when the God tell you that the Lord is a man of war. Everything we just read was description of a man. You envision a man doing all that. Exodus 15:3. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Makes sense now, though. We just read what the Lord said. I kill, I make alive, I wound, I heal. I make my arrows drunk with blood. I unsheathe my glittering sword. I sharpen it. That's what you're dealing with. So it's nothing for anybody. Once you devote it to the deity, it's nothing for anybody to go to war and spill blood over the deity and their real estate and their piece of land that they didn't create. That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with out here. Now, does it make sense? A child understands. You understand that warfare is ugly. That ain't nothing new. That ain't nothing like, you know what I mean? That ain't nothing new at all. So let's get some understanding. Let's get some understanding. All right? Y'all just listening, tuning in. That's what we're doing. All right? Remember, this battle with the holy books. We want to hear what the book got to say. Don't care nothing about how you philosophizing or you trying to break it down metaphysically, dealing with the Hebrew. And look, we ain't trying to hear none of that. Because none of that, the language, the metaphysics, none of that changes the character of what I just read. You act as if the language is going to say he don't got a sharp glittering sword, that his arrows ain't drunk with blood, that he didn't spend his arrows on the children of Israel. That's what it say. That he put his sword in action and in motion against the sucklings, all the way up to the men of age or gray hair. That's what it said. The reason for nobody to get mad is we pointing it out. You see what I'm saying? That's what it says. You being devoted got to figure out a way to explain that away. Because now everybody is wondering, and if you know that, then why is you over here fully devoted, quoted and devoted to something like this? What's going down? I'm about to go to the voice of man. We in the OI sky, earth, spirit. Tap in with us. You feel me? Tap on in with the game, man. We the ones telling you weapons down. We the ones telling you, nah, don't go to war. You tripping. We the ones telling you that. Let's get into some of this voice of man right here. Book 3 in OI speed. Let's read. All right? Let's get some understanding. Oof. All right, y'all get some understanding. Go ahead and throw some 8s up in the chat, man. Let's work. Let's work. Let's work. Let's work. Oh, man. Bing, bing, jang. Bing, bing, bang. All right, we got some 8s flowing in the chat. You know what I mean? We're going to go ahead and kick this off and get this started. Easy, easy work, man. Easy work. All right, the voice of man. Y'all see that? Y'all see that there? Let's read and get some money. And then, look, you make the call. You know what I mean? You make the call on if what we saying sounds evil and sadistic. You dig? The voice of man. Oh, Creator, what am I that I should supplicate you? Do I know my own weakness or do I understand the way of my thoughts? You have placed before me most wonderful creations. They impress me and my senses rise up in remembrance of the Almighty. Or where have I invented one thought other than by looking upon your works? How can I do otherwise than remember my Creator? And out of your creations, O Jehovah, find rich food for meditation all the days of my life. Dang. He said, how can I do otherwise? And we talking about the voice of man. Okay, this is mankind's voice. Because man has always searched for his special connection to his maker. And yet, though I have appropriated the earth to myself, I am neither happy nor perfect. Misery, crime, and selfishness are upon my people. Look at that. Warfare, bloodshed. It ain't remedied nothing yet. It ain't remedied nothing yet. Look at this, verse 3. What is my weakness that I cannot overcome it? What is my strength that I give in to the desires of the earth? I build up my belief and courage in you, but before I know the way of my weakness, I stumble and fall. Am I made that I should be forever a disappointment to myself and censor to my own behavior? Man acknowledging his shortcomings, right? And that's just what it is, man. You dig? Eventually you blow past it. Eventually you mature and grow past whatever it is. You know what I mean? Everyone breathing oxygen through them nostrils got some type of vice they dealing with. You feel me? So this is man acknowledging his weakness, man meaning mankind. He say, am I made that I should be forever a disappointment to myself? Dang. And a censor to my own behavior. How can I say to anyone, be pure and holy, oh man? Or my flesh and blood not proof that man cannot be without sin? Good night. Good night. Oh, this corruptible self, this tendency to fall from the right way. You, oh my creator, have proven to my senses every day of my life that you alone are mighty in purity and truth. Straight up, man. You know what you're dealing with. Everybody that's listening is dealing with something, right? But man has always wondered how he could overcome and how he could become closer with his maker. No matter where, no matter what spiritual system you in, that's the whole point of the matter. That's the whole point of the matter. You feel me? Look at this word. Look at this word. It gets real. It says, word. If only I had a starting point from which to estimate your wonderful decrees, or could find a road in which I would never stumble. But yet, O Creator, I will not complain because of the way of your works. You have invented a limit to my understanding by which I am reminded of you. To call upon your name, I perceive my own vanity. That were all knowledge mine, I will become less bold and beholden to you. See, I understand I am vain, because if all knowledge was mine, I wouldn't even trip off my maker. What am I, O Creator, without you? Or how am I to find the glory of your creations other than by the light of your kindness? You raised me up out of sin and darkness and clothed me in light. I perceive. Let's zoom down on this one. Look what this says. I perceive the smallness of myself in your great works. You have bound me to travel on the earth, to sojourn with beasts and all types of creeping things, nor have you given me one attribute in which I can boast over them, except in the power of destruction. The high firmament you have placed above me, the stars, moon, and sun. I know you have been there, but I am bound down in the little corner of your works. Neither do I have power to rise up to your distant places, nor to know your extended heavens. No, I do not even have power to shape my own size and stature. But all things take form and dimension, whether I will it or not. In your own way, the walls of the world are built by their magnitude. I am confounded by the majesty of your hand, appalled. Why have I vainly set myself up as the highest of your works? My failures are worse than any other living creature under the sun. You hear what man's saying to his maker? My failures are worse than any other living creature under the sun. Yeah, man done destroyed this earth, man. I cannot build my house in perfection as a bird does. My ingenuity cannot fashion a spider's net. I cannot sail up in the air like a bird, nor live in the water like the fish, nor dwell in harmony like the bee. Half of my offspring die in infancy, and the multitude of my household are quarrelers, fighters, drunkards, and beggars. The best of my sons and daughters, look at this. Look what man is saying to his maker. The best of my sons and daughters are less faithful than a dog. I go forth to war, to slay my brother, even while your wide earth has room for all. Yes, I plague the earth with starvation, sin, and ultimately death. Oh, if only I could school myself to not boast of my greatness. Instead, I should be forever ashamed in your sight, O Creator. But I will acknowledge my iniquities. I can hide nothing from the eye of my Creator. Hear me then, O Father. Look what man is saying. Look what he did. I took up arms against my brother. Warfare, right? We just read what the Lord God got a glittering sword. He make his arrows drunk with blood. He done dumped his arrows on his chosen. And man is acting out his maker. Man is just copying his maker, who he perceives to be his maker. Remember, God, the Lord is a man of war. And then we went and showed the Lord as a medieval warrior with a sword, with a sheath, with arrows. Making his arrows drunk with blood. So we showed it, right? Man is simply copying who he calls as God. Look at this. I took up arms against my brother. With great armies, I surrounded him to despoil him. By the stroke of my sword, I multiplied his widows and orphans. The cry of anguish that came out of their mouths. I answered by the destruction of my brother's harvest. War is messy and ugly, man. And you go ready to go kill over God and country. We just read what the wide earth has enough room for all of us. The hell are we killing each other for? Over something that you didn't even create. Look at this. It's the creator's land. What did you talking about? To my captains and generals who showed great skill in killing, I built monuments in stone and iron. Yes, I inscribed them from top to bottom with their bloody victories. General Patton. All these so-called Confederate generals that got statues all throughout the South. Remember a couple years ago, they was going around pulling them deals down. Look what man has done. You have made famous. You have immortalized merchants of death. The creator ain't with none of the warfare. Ask us which side we ain't on none of them sides. None of it. Look at this. And in my vanity, I called out to the young, saying, behold the glory of these great men. Look at these great men. Click your heels. Salute them when they walk through the airport. And in my vanity, I called out to the young, saying, behold the glory of these great men. To honor them, I have built these great monuments. And here you go. You feel me? Getting a yellow belly before a statue, a stone statue of a killer. A man who specialized in multiplying widows, making orphans, taking resources. And y'all, they all feel validated because that's how the God get down. Go over there and kill the sucklings. Take the land. Don't leave nothing alive breathing. And the youth of my household were wedded with ambition for spoil. Got blood in their chops. Wedded means sharpened, stimulated, or inspired. Look at this. And the youth of my household were inspired with ambition for spoil. Can't wait to go lay something down and take what's not yours. You think this is of the creator? Of all creation? Or is this, or these commandments of a bloody deity through their seductive tool called religion? And the youth of my household were inspired with ambition for spoil. The example of my hand made them train themselves for warfare. Yeah. You just copying what you seeing. Got blood in your chops. Can't wait. And the God told you to go do it many times in the Bible. So if the Bible said, you like, yeah. Man, this is documentary came out years ago called Above Majestic. Let me see if I can pull it up on. Let me see if I can pull Above Majestic up on YouTube, man. Above Majestic. Man, when they tell you about, I don't know if y'all seen the movie Oppenheimer. It's on Amazon Prime right now. You know what I mean? And they're going into the making of the atom bomb and that Manhattan Project and all that. It did. But man, that sucker tell you in this Above Majestic, that sucker tell you, boy, they weighed the odds. They was like, look, if we drop this, They was like, if we drop this, it possibly could kill every inhabitant in the earth on the planet. Do you know? They said, the hell with it, drop it anyway. Drop it anyway. Drop it anyway. I said, good night, boy. It's 8 billion people on this earth. 8 billion. Why the hell is that not going over there? I want to show a trailer of it or something real quick. Hold on. Man, when y'all see this, y'all gonna be like, what in the hell is really going on here? Above Majestic. Let me stop sharing real quick. Hold on 1 second, fam. That deal, man, look. Dominique seen that deal? Man, that deal crazy. Look, they realized that bomb they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They realized that, you know what, this could possibly wipe out everybody in this earth. They said, the hell with it, drop it anyway. That's the mindset you're dealing with. You feel me? These are the people, and today Oppenheimer, the scientist behind it, the physicist behind it, y'all, he has a fund. It's called the Oppenheimer Fund. He has a fund. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You can't be serious with none of this. Okay, here you go right here. See if we got a trail or something we can look at. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play that. Maybe that'll rock with it. Maybe it'll show what I'm looking for. Ooh-wee. Oh, we about to watch this real quick. Show that for y'all. This deal go. If y'all ain't never watched this, watch this. It'll be a little bit over 2 hours. I'm about to play the official trailer though. Above Majestic. They was like, that bomb killed every inhabitant on earth. Them bastards say, drop it anyway. Yeah. Hey, yeah, Bronze, you should try to stream that one, boy. You're gonna be like, man, what in the hell? This is what you're dealing with. Right? Look at this.
Our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
The gravest error a thinking person can make is to believe that one particular version of history is absolute fact. History is recorded by a series of observers, none of whom are impartial.
RF-4 jets spotted and took photographs of a huge carving in the desert over 1,000 feet across.
No tire tracks and no footprints. The Germans had a settlement on the moon, they had a settlement on Mars, and they were doing this as early as 1939.
Between the age of 16 and 17 years old, I was transported to the moon, and after 20 years, I was age regressed back in time and then returned to civilian life.
Extraterrestrial spacecraft have appeared over nuclear missile installations and have completely powered them down.
We put together programs that went all the way out into the galaxy, not just this galaxy.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
Fair use, fair use.
This money is going into underground military bases and secret space programs with technology far beyond what many of us could even realize. Everything we learn is designed to program our minds away from the truth.
This film is the red pill that wakes you up to what's really going on in the world. And at some point, this is all going to break open. The more you get involved, the more compromised you become. They may actually kill you.
Yeah, y'all trip off that, man. Watch that above Majestic. Y'all get a chance. That deal go hard, boy. That deal go hard. Bang. That's right. Killing people over something you took from another. Make it make sense. But again, you know what I mean? For God and country, especially dealing with the United States, that's biblical God. They willing to go kill over. You know what I mean? When the Israelites tell you, like, hell yeah, nigga, what I do? What? Better not ask me.
All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
Biblical God.
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old.
I'm trying to get y'all to see is it's all in the name of the same deity. Whether you talking about a Christian patriot, you know what I mean, going to war for the United States of America, you feel me? Or an Israelite that can't wait to spill some blood in Revelations. It's the same deity. It's biblical God. You see? The reason this cat, Peter Lucas Moses, or whatever his name is, was willing to do that is because biblical God has asked his devotees before to do it. At least one of them, Abraham. And he was willing to go through with it. You see what I'm saying? So when you see this, and we shaking our head at it naturally because it's some evil shit, but we always got to remember who's doing the inspiring. Where they get that inspiration from to put that into action. Can we say from the same place that inspired David to number Israel? Good night, boy.
A woman that he was living with, he killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Boy, my nigga Lil Carl. Boy, that boy nostrils was flared up when he said hell yeah. Look at him. Lil Carl, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, like demon-like power. God is called a.
She just smiling. She's so happy the God she served a demon. She's saying it. Look at her. She's saying that God is called terrible, and she's blushing. Oh no. Hey, she's straight blushing and admitting she's happy and smiling and blushing at the fact that she understands that the God she serves is terrible and demonic. And they get mad at us when we bring it out. Again, nobody's ever answered Daryl Cosmine yet. DK still ain't been answered. You see what I'm saying? But she's blushing. She's smiling at the fact at the one that she serves is terrible and demonic. Look, this is not slander. Right? This is coming out of their mouth. Right? So if you understand this ain't slander, and it's your little brother Malachi Maccabee ain't making none of this up, man. Throw some sevens in the chat, man. See, all we got to do is slow down. Slow down, man. Slow roll. Slow cook it. Tastes a lot better, don't it? hey, she's blushing. That ain't just a smile. That's one of them smiles like somebody just called you, you know, cute or pretty. Ain't you pretty? You over there looking good. That's a blush smile. That's something. That's the way you smile after somebody give you a compliment. She's straight blushing. Man, you can't make this up, man. Look at this.
Terrible, like demon-like power. God is called the terrible, like demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or like open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means
she's still smiling. Not only is she smiling and blushing at the fact that the one she serves, according to her, is demonic. She's even more exuberant that her name means demon. This is out of her mouth. What are we talking about here, man? Is she just skin and teeth? We call that skin and teeth. From where I'm from. When you showing your chops like that, that's called skin and teeth. She's skin and teeth. She's skin and teeth at this, man. Look at this.
Demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor.
How ironic. It's a cat with the last name Polite. You feel me? On this same reel that we got. You feel me? And Polite used to be down with Sarnetta at the HOK. That's crazy. Like, what are the odds? You feel me? And I think it's spelled the same way, too. I don't know, but that's crazy.
Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, well, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
Well, that boy, YAH'S, is the king of throwing out philosophy. You feel me? And look, that night, y'all, he just had his first grandchild. You know what I mean? He don't even know, like, I'm walking him right into this. Dude, would you kill your child or your grandchild? Sarnetta sit back and say, oh, man. You dig? And what did he just say? It's a yes, but then comes with a bucket of water to try to clean it up. You can't clean that up. Like, there's no testing of the spirit. There's no, nah, you commanded me not to kill. What you mean? See, when you come at that inspiration like that, that inspiration got to leave you. Oh, okay. There's no more temptation here. She know, he know. You know what I mean? Nah, this cat, it's a yes, but I ain't usually willing to go through with it. See? Look at this.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You be willing to go through with it.
Or I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Vineyard, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated.
See, so this right here back in the 80s. You see that? And it's the same inspiration. It's the same exact inspiration. You feel me? They was killing people in the name of their God, cutting ears off, chopping heads off, all type of crazy stuff. And this cat walked around with the name Yahweh on him. Hughlon Mitchell Jr. from Oklahoma. This nigga from Oklahoma somewhere, man. That is crazy. Big, but all in the name of the deity. Look at this.
Been decapitated.
Who have been decapitated.
Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. He said absolutely yes. JJ, oh, Judah, you shouldn't have said that. He don't mean that, y'all. He said, but if you listen closely, he said, but I do though. You see? So if it ain't nothing for them to spill the blood of their child in the mud, it ain't nothing for them to go kill somebody that they're not even connected to. You see? It's just seasoning already before the chicken go in the fryer, man. You just seasoned up for a good cook and don't even realize it. You see? Watch this.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do. Would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here. They're out of here.
All right, question for Eve. Yeah, boy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you got to be real with this thing, man. And the reason they willing to go through with it, y'all, because that's the character of the one that's being worshipped and the commandment. See? Without you knowing how to differentiate between what and what, look, you just third, and go right into it. We in the OISP, the voice of man, chapter 1 and 13. Look at this. Why you think everything we just looked at, they were from readily admitting that the God is a bloody demon down to they would kill their children if the wind blow a certain way. So if they would kill their children, y'all, it ain't nothing for them to go to war and spill blood over God and country. You see the indoctrination, you see the programming. Like, it's been running on automatic. Them cats answer without even blinking. And the youth of my household were wedded, inspired with ambition for spoil. The example of my hand made them train themselves for warfare. To my colonels and generals, I gave badges of gold. This is the voice of mankind. Man admitting to his maker that he has been the pestilence and the virus in the earth. To my colonels and generals, I gave badges of gold. I called to the young women saying, come, a great honor I give you. You shall dance with the officers of death. That's all a soldier is. Officer of death. And you go Russia down in the Pacific, Russia down in the Gulf of Mexico. China got warplanes flying over the United States. Israel and Palestine, Israel and Iran. You so caught up in it from whatever perspective you in, you ain't set back and took 1 second to breathe and say, well, hold on. Why would our maker or our creator even be inspiring any of this? Nah. Something that went sideways. It don't make sense. Look at this. That's all the soldiers, officers of death, and they flooded up on tiptoe. That's tight. And they flooded up on tiptoe, elated by the honey of my words. O Jehovah, how gaping my wickedness, how utterly I have failed, except in making the flow of my brother's blood the relish of Satan. Hold on. Who was Satan? According to speak. Satan is anyone, those who love evil and its practice. Selfishness per se. Self, the supposed opposite of the creator. The evil voice within man. The captain of the selfish passions. The captain of evil. That voice that is always out there tempting you to go left when you should go right. Tempting you to do evil. You got to suppress that. No, I don't agree to that one. No, you got to go. Man can aspire to be in the light or darkness. Man can aspire to be God or the evil one. Or the false God. You can aspire to be true God or false God. Wherever you put your focus in your mind at, that's what's coming. He said, how utterly I have failed except in making the flow of my brother's blood the relish of Satan. See that? Can't wait to kill something. Look at this. To my destroying hopes, I have given great honor and glory. In the pretense of enforcing peace, I hewed my way in flesh and blood. I cut my way in flesh and blood. Hacked, slashed. To my destroying armies, I have given great honor and glory. This is what man is confessing to his maker. See? Creator ain't down with none of that. You found yourself so patriotic, willing to die, willing to shed blood and all that. And this ain't got nothing to do with your maker. And trip off this deep down, you already knew that. You already knew that this ain't got nothing to do at all. You understand? With the creator of all creation. And these are the false gods at war using their favorite tool of religion. Once you got the mind and the faith of a man, you got him. You say jump, he gonna say how high. To my destroying hosts, I have given great honor and glory. In the pretense of enforcing peace, I slash my way in flesh and blood. See, it's just a pretense. Just a pretense. You pretending, pump faking like this. I go to war for peace. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. I made an illusion, a kingdom. I called out to my people saying we must have a kingdom. I showed them no reason for it. But I pressed them to take up arms and follow me for patriotism's sake. Look at that. And yet, what was patriotism? Behold, I made it as something greater than you and your commandment. You shall not kill. Here you go, can't wait to be a patriot, to go kill something because you feel it's inspired by your God or inspired by the creator to defend country. at any cost. If you've been listening, you know by now that the creator we talking about ain't sanctioning none of this warfare. These are the false gods and their puppets taking up arms under the inspiration of Satan, self, and the false deities they're devoted to, who are also under the control of Satan or self. Everything opposite of creator, man. Creator is about life, love, peace, without sacrifice or murder of any, without any bloodshed. That's why you told when they come against you, get up out of there. Don't be participating in none of that. Especially in today's time. Who, like, ain't none of y'all about to overthrow any type of government these days. No, when someone's stronger, when they come in like a flood, it's time to go. That's all. Look what he said. I made an illusion. And then he called that illusion a kingdom. I called out to my people saying we must have a kingdom. I showed them no reason for it. But I pressed them to take up arms and follow me for patriotism's sake. And yet, what was patriotism? Behold, I made it as something greater than you and your commandment. You should not kill. Patriotism is not greater than the commandment of not killing. You can't wait to go be a patriot. You can't wait to get called in for the draft. You can't wait. It was popping their collar when they heard Osama bin Laden, that Barack Obama killed Osama bin Laden. They announced it at a football game, I believe, a Monday night football game. Cats was USA. They was popping their collars and dancing. I'm like, dang. You're not realizing you dealing with the same coin. You just on the opposite side of it. Look at this. Yes, by the cunning of my words, I taught them my brother was my enemy. That to fall upon and destroy him and his people was great patriotism. And they ran at the sound of my voice. For my glory and the greatness of my kingdom, and they committed great havoc. Yes, I built colleges for training my young men in warfare. West Point. You can't wait to go to West Point or any of these prestigious military academies. They start you in high school, ROTC. You see? Yes, I built colleges for training my young men in warfare. I drew boundaries, making borders here and there, saying this is my kingdom. All others are my enemies. Hold on, y'all. Look at this right here. This deal say, yes, I built colleges for training my young men in warfare. I drew boundaries, making borders here and there, saying this is my kingdom. All others are my enemies. And this is none of these man-made borders were inspired by Creator. Wow. I patted my young men on the head, saying, you dogs of war, attaboy. That's where you get your attaboy from. Attaboy. I patted my young men on the head, saying, you dogs of war, great shall be your glory. And their judgment was turned away from peace. And their judgment was turned away from peace. I made them think that righteousness was to stand up for me and my country and to destroy my brother and his people. See that? So much for killing over the promised and chosen land. Thinking it's God telling you to go do other creator. It may be a God, a false one at that. The creator would never inspire you to go to war or sanction you to go to war. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Look at this right here. And their judgment was turned away from peace. I made them think that righteousness was to stand up for me and my country and destroy my brother and his people. Yes, they built me forts, castles, and arsenals without numbers. I called to my people, saying, come, behold the glory of my defenses, which I built for you. And they gave me money, garrisons, ships of war, and torpedoes, shouting, hoorah for our kingdom. Ain't that what that's what the Marines say to this day, ain't it? Hoorah. Shouting hoorah for our kingdom. We have faith in these things, but not in you, our creator. Look at this. But it ain't with none of that. All that man of war that ain't created. That ain't created. Talking about some meat will make his arrows drunk with blood and sharpen his sword and dump the arrows on his chosen and his enemy. That ain't got nothing. Nah, that's a deity you talking about. You know what I mean? That's the deity you talking about there. Look. And anybody listening, you know this makes sense. Thus I led them away from you. Their eyes I turned to look down in the way of death. By the might of my armies I put away righteousness. Yes, I covered the earth over with drunkards, widows, and orphans. To beggary I reduced them. But I inspired their pride by saying, look what great standing armies we have. Look at this. Because of warfare, the earth was covered over with who? Drunkards, widows, and orphans. Reduced to begging on the streets. Warfare been messy. A child know that's ugly. Reduced to beggary. To beggary I reduced them. But I inspired, whetted their pride by saying, look what great army, look what great standing armies we have. To the man who said there shall come a time of peace, when war shall be no more forever, I mocked and said, you fool. I mocked and said, you fool. I know the counts against me, O Father. I cannot hide my iniquity from your sight. I have said war was a necessary evil to prevent a too populous world. I turned my back on the wide, unsettled regions of the earth. With this falsehood in my mouth, I stood up before you. Yes, I cried out as if for the righteous, saying, I war for righteousness. You heard that before, ain't you? In righteousness, he makes war. I war for righteousness and for the protection of the weak. In the destruction of my brothers and sisters, I stood as a murderer. I stood as a murderer, pleading this excuse. Stubbornly, I persisted in not seeing justice on the other side, while I cut down those whom you had created alive. Above the works of your hand, I raised myself up as a pruning knife in your vineyard. Even more than this, I persuaded my sons and daughters that the war for me was the war for our Father in heaven. Look at this. See this? If you're getting some understanding, throw some foes up in the chat. You dig? Look at what this says. Even more than this, I persuaded my sons and daughters that the war for me was the war for our Father in heaven. You think you fighting for country, you fighting for God, whom you think is the creator. The whole time it's a false God pump faking like it's the creator. How do you know? Through character. Y'all so caught up on the name, how you pronounce any name. You ain't tripped off action or character. Once you understand the character and the action of the ever-present creator, you can't even be fooled with none of this. You already know, I know that's a false God. You already know, no, that message didn't come from the creator down to his angel ambassadors. Impossible. Impossible. You see? How do you know that, Malachi? Because the creator is about life, love, liberty, which means freedom. You ain't supposed to be bound to no one or no thing. Bound to him, in bondage to him, right? Without the sacrifice or the murder or the bloodshed of anything. Love, life, liberty, without the sacrifice or murder of anyone for it. So when you see all this, you already know them false gods up in the middle. Ain't got nothing to do with the creator. Here you go. You can't wait to the blood flow to the horse's bridle. Even more than this, I persuaded my sons and daughters that the war for me was the war for our Father in heaven. By my blasphemy, I led them into ruin. Blasphemy, it's an abomination. It's a damnable lie. You going to war, you're not fighting for the creator. Not at all. And when the battle was over for a day, I cried out, behold the glory of those who were slain for the honor of their country. Thus I have added crime to crime before you, Jehovah, and so destroyed your beautiful creation. Truly, I have not one word in justification of my deeds before you. Look at that. Now, you can't wait to go kill. Right? And that's the cat that's enlisting in the military that y'all think is so successful. You get a straight back and a yellow belly when he walk by. You click your heels and you salute, or you walk up and say, thank you for what you're doing for our country. It ain't no difference between him and the gangbang in the streets. It's still blood being shed. But you think it's better, spiritually speaking, because the government sanctions it? No, it's not. It's not better because of that. That makes it worse. Thou shalt not kill means that. That's what it means. Thou shalt not kill or murder or whatever you want to call it. You ain't supposed to be shedding blood, period. Look at this. Oh, if only I had remained faithful with you, Creator. But I invented gods to the glory of the evil one. In one place, I called out to my sons and daughters saying, be Brahmins. Brahma saves. Whoever professes his name. In another place, I said, be Buddhists. Buddha saves. Whoever calls on his name. In another place, I said, be Christians. Christ saves. Whoever calls on his name. In another place, I said, be Mohammedans. Whoever says there is only one God and Muhammad is his prophet shall have indulgence without sin. You can do whatever you want. You ain't no sinner. Thus I have divided the earth, O Creator, into 4 great idolatries. This is man, again, pouring out his heart to his maker. Man already know, no matter where you go in the earth, everyone knows war is evil. Killing is evil. Everyone knows that. A child knows this. An animal knows this. An animal don't want you to come through, kill it, skin it, and then throw it between your chops. Thus I have divided the earth, O Creator, into 4 great idolatries. I have established them, and into their hands put all manner of weapons of destruction. So again, the false gods are using religion, the idolatries of the earth, through their devoted emissaries, to shed more and more blood. Most of these wars are religious wars, if not all of them. I have established them into their hands, put all manners of weapons of destruction, and they have become more terrible against one another than the beasts of the forest. Oh, if only I could put away these great iniquities, which I raised up as everlasting torments to the earth. Truly, there is no salvation in any of these. None of your beast systems, none of your religions. Y'all still talking about a God. We not. You still talking about you praise the Lord. We don't. We talking about the creator of all creation. And every God, Lord, and Savior is a mere creation of the creator. Not to be worshipped. You understand? But teachings follow. Be admonished in my wisdom and profit in my love. Every God, Lord, and Savior or angel is nothing but a used to be or one-time mortal, man or woman. That's it. So they got more experience than you. They ain't nothing but big older brothers and sisters of yours who have lived through life, passed through life into death, and has risen to the rank of a Lord or a God or a Lord God or different classifications of angels. That's because they were once living and they passed through life or death into the spirit realm and began to continue to advance and raise up. Their job is to what? Inspire you to be where they at one day. So rise up, God. Rise up, goddess. But if you down with Creator, you never worship. You want no woman to worship you. You know what I mean? Woman, you should want no man to worship you. Praise you? No. It's the Creator who gets all the honor and the glory. You know what I mean? And the worship, if you want to call it, or the service. Right? But you serve Creator by doing righteous service to his creation. That's how you serve the Creator. You see? All these are idolatries. And if they're idolatries, they're backed by idols, which are false gods. What is an idol? Anything that has form and figure that is worshipped. It's from a drawing down to a statue. Wood, stone, whatever. If it has form and figure, meaning you can see it, and it's being worshipped and bowed to, that's an idol. Even if you can't see it now, but in your text, you got other men have seen the God. And handled the God. It's still an idol. The Creator is not in the form and figure of any man, woman, animal, angel, none of that. The Creator is invisible. The Creator is ever present within and without you. You see, the closest you got to that is earth. Yeah. Breathe in, let the light in. So the Creator is not in the form and figure of any man, any animal, any angel, any woman. Angels are in the form and figure of man and woman. Angels are, not the Creator. You feel me? If you understand that, throw some threes up in the chat. Look at this, man. So he said there is no salvation in none of these religions. Look at this. I ain't heard nothing evil yet. Everybody getting offended. What you offended for? Why? Because YHWH's is reinforcing the commandment of not murdering and not killing and not going to war and not making slaves of men and women and children and not killing sucklings and not chopping off goat heads. You mad because it's bringing a higher light. That's what everybody mad about. They ain't mad about nothing else. You ain't over here seancing to the devil. What are you talking about? Ain't heard nothing evil yet. Like if you're willing to be real with yourself, you ain't heard nothing evil yet. At all. If anything, it's challenged you to vibrate higher. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, look at this. Their people are continually destroying one another. They quarrel and kill for their respective religions. Setting aside your commandment, you shall not kill. They love their own nation and hate all others. Sound familiar? That's from America to Israel. They love their own nation. From America to Israel, man. And hate all others. They set aside your commandment, love your neighbors yourself. Man, we got that. That's in the Bible. But you are also commanded to go over there and kill everything breathing. In some cases, even the sucklings. What the baby that's on his mama breast do to you? If that ain't shedding innocent blood, what is? How about whoever told you to go do that? It wasn't the Creator anyway. That's what people get mad about. What you mean that wasn't the God, that wasn't the Most High? It wasn't the Most High Creator. That was a deity told you to go kill and spill some blood. See? So then it start going sideways in your mind. You're like, well, dang, I've been in agreement with a false God this whole time. And a lot of people ain't prepared to deal with that. If you was willing to kill your child, if God whispered at you, then yeah, you was dealing with a false God. Creator never tell you to do that, man. Never. You ain't never got to worry. If you ever hear anything about killing anything, tempted wise, if anything about murder and bloodshed skip across the plate of your mind, know of a certainty that ain't come from the Most High Creator. Know for a certainty. All right? Weapons down, man. It's just what it is. Huh? They preach and pray in sufficient truth, but not one of these people practices peace, love, and virtue in any degree equal to their understanding. These religions have not saved from sin any nation or city on the whole earth. Can we argue with that? Jerusalem wasn't saved. Mecca wasn't saved. Egypt wasn't saved. Rome. You got the Vatican. You already know where that's headed. It don't take nobody that's a scholar in arithmetic to figure that out, or calculus. We all know that's we know exactly where the Vatican is headed. And it's not up, it's down. These religions have not saved from sin any nation or city on the whole earth. Why? Because the God that's in service to y'all is inspiring the warfare, inspiring the bloodshed. We just read about God. He said, if I wet my glittering sword, I'm going to make my arrows drunk with the blood of my enemies. God is telling you thou shalt not kill. Oh man, that's just don't murder the Israelites. Because right after that, he told us go over there to Jericho and slay everything. Exactly. You didn't try that. You didn't test the spirit. Say, hold on, you just told us not to kill. What you mean go over there and take it? This earth ain't wide enough. There's no logic at all behind it. There's no critical thinking. It's like, oh, okay, go do it. No, hold on. Look at this wide earth before us. Why we got to go over here and take that? And on top of that, you told us not to kill nothing. So what's up with that? See? Religion got you scared to even question the deity. You can't question the deity. You can't be like, well, hold on. You can't question the inspiration when it comes through. You that bound? You can't say to that inspiration, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. Now, I was commanded not to kill. That don't even sound right. Oh, hell no, I'm not about to take that from that brother. I was commanded not to steal. That don't even sound right. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got the right to check the inspiration when it comes through. When you know it's wrong, you got the right to be like, no, I don't agree with that. I'm not doing that. Get away from me with that. Just like you would if somebody came knocking at your door. Try to sell you something that you knew was stolen or hot. Man, get the hell off my porch with all that. It's the same thing in the spirit. Shoot straight. Shoot straight. You ain't got to wait till you got the feeling that your third eye open. Say, man, look, check them spirits. Shoot straight. Now, while you're over here tempting, you about to get exposed to the light of the Creator. You bring them, we raise them. I'm about to talk about the Creator if I go to sleep tonight, then. Since you over here. You know what I mean? But you ain't got no power or authority around her. I render you powerless. Like, it's all contracts, man. You know what I mean? You be surprised at what you've been agreeing to. Once you break all that with your mouth, like, I don't agree to none of that. If it ain't about life, love, and liberty to all without the harm and sacrifice and murder to any, then I don't want nothing to do with it. Because in your spiritual system, something has to be harmed in order for me to be right. Instead of me taking the responsibility for the stuff I spilled and say, no, watch out, let me clean that up. I spilled it. No, I'm the one that wronged the sister. Let me go make that right. You see, over this way, it teaches you to man up or woman up. Own what you mess up. You feel me? Because then it ain't nothing but a lesson for you. You'll never do it again. Watch. You never do it again. I bet I won't get caught out there like that again. You see? It's responsibility. Look at this. In vain I have searched for a plan of redemption, a plan that will make the earth a paradise and the life of man a glory to you, our Creator, and a joy to himself. But alas, the two extremes, riches and poverty, have made the prospect of a millennium a thing of mockery. And enduring time of peace, virtue, happiness, and prosperity. You see this? But alas, the two extremes, riches and poverty. Yeah, the haves and have-nots. The riches and poverty have made the prospect of a millennium, a long-lasting time of peace, a thing of mockery. For one rich man, there are 1,000 poor. For one rich man, there are 1,000 poor, and their interests ceaselessly conflict with one another. Labor cries out in pain, but capital strikes him with a heartless blow. Nation is against nation, king against king, merchant against merchant, consumer against producer. Yes, man against man and all things upon the earth. Because the state is rotten. The politician feeds on it. Because society is rotten. The lawyer in court have riches and sumptuous feasts. Because the flesh of my people is rotten. The physician finds a harvest of comfort. All ass backwards. The state is rotten, well, so is the politician that feeds on it. If society is evil and crime ridden, then you know the lawyers in the courts about to run a bag up, boy. Because the flesh or because the people are sick, you know the physician about to run a bag up, boy. Giving you treatments, no cures, just treatments. Now, O Creator, I come to you. Look at this. Look at this. Now, O Creator, I come to you. You hold the secret of peace, harmony, and goodwill among mortals. Give me of your light, O Father. Show me the way to proceed so that war, crime, and poverty may come to an end. You see that? And look, that's the since we heard, that's what we supposed to be looking for, producing systems that end war, crime, and poverty. War, crime, and poverty. Right? We got the blueprint. You see? So it's a lot of work. It's a plethora of work to do out here. Other than just, debating, lip wrestling with a whole bunch of low vibrating mortals. There's a gang of work to do out here. But if the faithists don't put together systems that eradicate war, crime, and poverty, then no one will. Open the way of peace, love, virtue, and truth so that your children may rejoice in their lives. Open the way of peace, love, virtue, and truth. So your children, so your short leggers may rejoice in their lives and glorify you and your works forever. Such is the voice of man, O Jehovah. And all the nations of the earth, this voice rises up to you. Hold on for a second. These little jokers tripping. These little jokers tripping. Look at this right here. Such is the voice of man, O Creator, in all the nations of the earth. So this just don't apply to the United States. It's all over this earth, man. Such is the voice of man, O Creator, in all the nations of the earth. This voice rises up to you as you spoke to Zarathustra, Abraham, and Moses, leading them forth out of darkness, O speak, Creator. Man has faith in you only. You alone were sufficient for the past. Today, you alone are sufficient for your own creation. Speak, oh Creator. Man, if y'all get some understanding, throw some tools up in the chat, baby. We around here cooking, you feel me? Me is around here cooking. All praises to the ever-present Creator of the all and all that always was, is, and ever shall be. Now, the Creator ain't with none of the warfare, man. You got Israelites can't wait the blood flow up to the horse's bridle. You feel me? I can't wait till the blood flow up to the horse's bridle. I can't wait to put you heathens in chains. I can't wait. Man, truly a blessing. Again, learn the character and the action the movement of your maker. Once you do that, you won't be deceived by any of it. No matter what spiritual system you investigating, researching on, you won't be caught slipping at all. Because you understand what? Because you understand the character, the system and order of things, the action. Once you understand that, now creator don't even move like that. That's all. Once you understand that, you know what's up. Feel me? We're going to go over to Revelation 14. Revelation 14 and 14. We're going to deal with the reapers. Let me run and grab something to drink real quick. Hold on, fam. Oh, Revelation. Revelation 14. Revelation 14 and 14, the reapers. Once you understand character, always remember that. You got to understand character, action. And a false god or evil angel can come in any name. Any name you think you call sacred and that you calling on. It don't matter. An evil angel, aka a false god, can assume the name of any name that you ever uttered out your mouth. All right, and here you go tripping off names and pronunciations. And you about to lose your mind because you say Yahuwah and the next cat say Yahweh. Or you say Yahweh and the next cat say Yahweh or Yahweh. Or you feel me? You see how the deities got you chasing your tail? And hear the gang come tell you it ain't about, you can say whatever the hell you want to say. Right? But you better mean this when you saying it. Huh? You better mean the ever-present creator, not in the form and figure or image of any man, woman, or animal. Never been seen as you see a man, woman, or animal, or angel. Now, whatever name you call on, if you mean the ever-present, all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipotent creator, every word at once, but yet unseen, then all right, that's what's up. Look at the reapers. Revelation the 14th chapter, verse 14. And I looked and behold a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. Now this is supposed to be a representation or Jeebus himself, Jesus. Look at this. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time has come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. So this harvest time is supposedly a resurrection. He has a sickle. It's a harvesting tool. It's a sword, basically. You go down and you cut down all the crops that are ripe, that's ready to be picked. And you put them in your little basket. You know what I mean? Then you put your sickle back into its sheath. And so this is symbolic for a resurrection. Look at this. Verse 16. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped, resurrection. And another angel came out of the temple, which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, thrust in your sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. Harvest time. Gather in your elect. Right? Look at this. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. Right, because once you harvest grapes and you're using the grapes for the purpose of wine, the grapes got to go into the wine press. So you liquefy the grapes. But notice the wine press of God is the wrath of God. And the wine press was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the wine press, even unto the horse's bridle, by the space of 1,600 furlongs. Ooh, somebody getting thrown up in a wine press. Sound like the elect of the clusters was thrown, and was gathered out of the earth, thrown into the wine press, liquefied. It's reading a different translation. So sometimes we get lost in translation, don't we? Look at this. The grapes were trampled in the winepress outside of the city, and blood flowed from the winepress in a stream about 180 miles long and as high as a horse's bridle. 108, damn near 200 miles. Man, that's an ocean of blood. And how high is that? Up to the horse's bridle. That's a lot of blood. So is that the creator of all creation? Is that the creator inspiring that? Remember, the creator is about love, life, and liberty to all without the harm, sacrifice, or murder of any. That was just the resurrection happening with the chosen, or the clusters of the grapes. That's the elect being harvested out of the earth, resurrected, only to be thrown into the winepress called the wrath of God, liquefied, and the blood came out of the winepress for 200 miles, and then in height up to the horse's bridle. The horse's bridle. The horse's bridle. Let's look at the image of that. What's the horse's bridle? That's a lot of blood. Y'all see what the horse's bridle is? That's up to damn near the horse's jawbone, the horse's nose. That thing that hangs from the horse, that's the bridle. That hangs from his face and his jaw. That's crazy. Look at this. See, I don't be thinking Malaki making this type of stuff up. Look how much blood the Bible said gonna be flowing. Remember, we already got the length, 200 miles of blood. That's how much blood is gonna be flowing. All right, 200 miles of blood. All right, up to the horse's bridle, or as high as the horse's bridle for 200 miles. That's a lot of blood. Bridle, piece of equipment to direct a horse. A bridle is a piece of equipment used to direct a horse, as defined in the Oxford English Dictionary. The bridle includes both the headstall that holds the bit that goes in the mouth of a horse and the reins that are attached to the bit. It provides additional control and communication through rein pressure. That's what your bridle is right there. That thing that wrap around the horse and what the horse rider uses to steer the horse. And there's going to be that much blood up to that right there. To the horse's bridle. That's a lot of blood, man. For 200 miles. 200 miles. That's a lot of slaying. I'm trying to see if they had some images on it. Yeah, no images on it. The images. So y'all should have some images on that. Dang. Here goes some right here. Look at dude. Yeah, the horse's bridle was up to the horse's mouth, jawbone. That's a lot of blood for 200 miles. And again, it's the chosen out of the earth that get thrown into this wine press called the wrath of God, and it's their blood. It's their blood that flows for 200 miles long and as high as up to the horse's bridle. And you ride through blood. The ones that do this artwork already know what that means. It's a lot of blood, man. Big. So we just telling you to look, pay attention. Big. Don't be so gullible out here. You know what I mean? No, that ain't the creator, man. Stop it. Stop it. Ain't no way. What do we even talk? It ain't even nothing to talk about at this point, really. You might say, no, that ain't the creator, exactly. Dang, just me. I feel you. Cow's my cow. That's a lot of blood. It is. So that's exactly, Cal. So that deal, the horse's bridle about 6 feet tall or high. So y'all imagine blood for 200 miles, 6 feet high. Come on, man. And think about it. Again, the ones who were thrown into the wine press called the wrath of God were those who were harvested out of the earth. They were the elect of that cluster. That's a lot of blood, man. It is. Like, you got to be real with yourself. And that was the chosen thrown in there. That was the chosen thrown in there, y'all. That's it. What the hell are we even talking about? Look at this. Okay, anybody thought we were playing? We can go show the vineyard is Israel. We're gonna show that next. This is just to, bring it all the way on. Okay, this is the bottom of Revelation 14:18. Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the clusters of the vine. The clusters of the vine, y'all, are the grapes. Grapes. Gather the grapes of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And it's time to pick them deals. Use them for whatever purpose we need them for. And look what the angel did. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth and gathered the vine of the earth and cast it into the great wine press of the wrath of God. And the wine press was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the wine press, even unto the horse's bridle, 6 feet high, by the space of 200 miles, 180 miles. Well, the vineyard would have chosen. Man, it ain't hard. You got to do it just. What does that say? Parable of the vineyard. Vines are in vineyards. That's where the grapes are at. They would have a wine press in the vineyard because most of the grapes that get harvested are used to make wine. So how do you liquefy grapes? You got to smash them. That's what a wine press is. It presses the grapes, it flattens the grapes and gets all the liquid up out of it. It runs down this little faucet and into a jar, and you put that sucker up until it ferment and become wine. Wine is symbolic for the blood. So who's the vineyard? I just said, well, that's the chosen getting thrown in there. Well, Malachi, how do you know? Parable of the vineyard. Now will I sing to my beloved a song of my beloved touching his vineyard. My well-beloved have a vineyard in a very fruitful hill. Fruitful hill, Jerusalem. Everybody know the hill of the Lord, biblically speaking. Look at this. And he fenced it and gathered out the stones thereof and planted it with the choicest, with the best vine. And built a tower in the midst of it and also made a who? A wine press. We just read in Revelations about the wine press, which is the wrath of God. And also made a wine press therein. And he looked that it should bring forth grapes. And it brought forth who? Wild grapes. And now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem and men of Judah, judge, I pray you, between me and my vineyard. And now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem and men of Judah, we already know who we're talking about. Who are the vines? Or who are the cluster of the vines of the earth, biblically speaking? It will be Israel, Israelites. And now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem and men of Judah, judge, I pray you, betwixt me and my vineyard. What could have been done more to my vineyard that I have not done in it? Wherefore, when I looked that it should bring forth grapes, brought it forth wild grapes. And now go to, I will tell you what I will do to my vineyard. I will take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be eaten up, and break down the wall thereof, and it shall be trodden down. And I will lay it waste. This is what's going to happen to the vineyard. And I will lay it waste. It shall not be pruned nor digged, but there shall come up briars and thorns. And I will also command the clouds that they rain no rain upon it. Look at this. So we ain't got to lick our fingers and guess that when it's talking about the clusters of the vine and they're thrown into the wine press, the clusters of the vine or the grapes of the vine are the chosen or the Israelites. Am I lying? Look at this verse 7. For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel. For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel. And the men of Judah his pleasant plant. And he looked for judgment, but behold oppression. Israelites were oppressing each other, man. For righteousness, but behold a cry. For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel. That's the chosen getting thrown into that wine press in Revelations 14. And it's so much blood that it flows for 180 miles, 6 feet high. That's a lot of blood, man. You dig? And the whole time you thinking that's the creator or someone that created sins to get you together. Nah, man. You got to know the character. Yeah, you're right, Imar. That smell probably, ain't no probably to it. That smell is horrendous. Ain't no way in the world. Ain't no way in the world. Yep, in the wine press, Carol. He gonna crush is in the wine press. And blood gonna flow for 180 miles up to the horse's bridle. You sure you know who you're dealing with out here? Let's get into the book of judgment, I speed, chapter 3. The judgment upon the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Christians, and the Mohammedans, the Confucians, the Jews, and all the peoples on earth, and all other peoples on earth, and all other peoples on earth in the words of God. And remember, God ain't even the creator. God is the son of the creator. Let's get some understanding, right? So, look, it's every EDK, every deity killer around here. EGK, every God killer, it don't matter. Or FGK, false God killers. Like a wasp ain't holding no hands. You dig? You point to me the spiritual system, I'll show you the idolatry and the idol or the deity behind it. I'll show you the spiritual bondage behind it. I'll show you the deity pump faking like it's the creator behind it, whether it's your ancestor or one boldly proclaiming to be the name you call on, but through the character and action, ain't no way. Look at this right here. Do not think, oh man, that I am insufficient to the times and seasons, or say that God spoke in the dark days of the earth, but latterly holds his tongue. Behold, I am your elder brother. Remember this, y'all. One of the most amazing revelations you can get is to find out that God is actually a big brother of yours. God is not the creator. God is a one-time living man. God is a one-time living woman that has passed through death into the spirit world and risen to the rank of a god or a goddess or a chief or a chieftainess or a lord or a lordess. The ones that ride with the creator are never worship. They don't want you to praise them or pray to them. See that? Nah, just your brotherhood. That's it, because one day you got to be God. You got to replace God as he continues to advance into more of the creator's creation. You got to, one day you got to sit on that throne and replace him and be responsible for every soul and spirit in the earth and in her atmosphere. You got to render up a harvest to the creator at harvest time. You see? Look at this. Behold, I am your elder brother, even as a captain of the earth and her heavens for a season. As I am, even so were my predecessors in the time of the ancients, ambassadors of the Most High Jehovah, whose power and wisdom are given to me, even in the same way as your earthly kingdoms are governed and disciplined. So God is not the creator, the Most High Jehovah, or Jehovah, however they saying it. You see that? So he let you also know that the heavens are ordered and disciplined as well, by which means order is able to contribute to the resurrection of all his created beings. Order. First, I charge you that whoever says God, God calls in vain. You heard that? Slow down. Meditate on that one. Whoever's saying God, God calls in vain. Oh, I love the Lord. Oh, I love the Lord. Look what is being said. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods, lords, and saviors among mortals. For what is past is past. But from this time forward, whoever hears my word and the decree of my commandment and continues to make an idol of any name, except the Great Spirit, blasphemes against his creator. You got people today that actually worship Jesus as the creator, as God. Like straight worship him. But whoever cries out in fullness of heart saying, God, God, meaning by that, the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. You hear that? So yeah, it ain't saying you can't say God or whatever you used to saying. But do you mean the ever-present, omnipotent, all in all? Or you mean a man, or you mean something in the form and figure of a man that is sitting on a throne in space somewhere? If you're sitting on the throne anywhere, you're not ever present. You're not everywhere at one time. So that's why you can't have both. You see? But whoever cries out in fullness of heart saying, God, God, meaning by that, the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. And whoever says, or Maz, meaning the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. See, the creator is not tripping off names, more on character and action. Look at it. And whoever calls any name in any language that signifies the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. In whatever name you say in any language. But whoever says Brahma, Brahma, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. Let that sink in for a minute, man. Because we grew up in a spiritual system believing that the creator is sitting on a throne and that his son is sitting at his right hand. We grew up believing that. Look at this. And whoever says Buddha, Buddha signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer. Is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. And whoever says Christ, Christ, come on now, that's what we know. That's who we familiar with, right? And whoever says Christ, Christ, signifying a God in the figure and shape of a man. Christ was a man. Christ is worshipped as a God. Christ was hugged, handled, seen, nailed to a cross, all that. And whoever says Christ, Christ signifying a God in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the creator, the all person. See, real easy to understand. And whoever calls on the name of any other man or angel, worshiping such as a God, is an idolater, an idolater in my sight. Any other man or angel worshiping such as a God is an idolater in my sight. Makes sense? You hear that? You feel that? It hit different, don't it? Yeah. It hit different. Dang. Boy, I was straight duped. I was getting played with like a fiddle. Dang. Dang. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous than if they worship stone idols or graven images. So you on the same plane. Look, you on the same level as the East Indians. When you go over there, they got more deities than Kemet, boy. And he said, if you believe that your maker is sitting on the throne in the form and figure of a man in heaven, you are no less idolatrous than those in East India. You are no more or less idolatrous, should I say, than those in ancient Kemet, ancient Greece, ancient Rome. You are no less of an idolater than them. Than those is into the voodoo and the hoodoo. You are no less idolatrous than them. Because in thought you believe your maker is in the form and figure of a man sitting on a chair in space. You see that? Nor do I judge them less idolatrous, man. You can't be serious with this type of stuff, man. You feel me? You really can't be, you got to be real with yourself. That's all I'm saying. Cats really don't be wanting to be real with themselves. Say, dang, hold on. Dang, that do make sense, though. I don't like what's being said, but man, that make all the sense in the world, to be honest. Cats really don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? Once you deal with that, you got to come on home and say, well, you know what? Dang, man, I'm looking at this thing totally wrong. See? Y'all know us. We got documents for days. Y'all know how we get on. I ain't documents for days. The biblical God is a man sitting on the throne. El. We showed El earlier. There he is. There he is right there. Him downstairs. There go El right there. Father of the gods. Gilded statuette of El from Tel Megiddo. Oh, I speak, book of Esther 40 and 15, headshot. I will make it plain to them that to worship a spirit, though he be a god, is but the giving of their own souls in the bondage. For they shall in that day understand that the great spirit, the ever-present, is not an idol in the figure of a man sitting on a throne. See that? Look at Yahweh, the wheelchair God, sitting on his throne. Look at that. And y'all, that right there, that's in history, archaeology. Look at that. A 4th century BCE silver coin from the Persian province of Yehud. Judah, Yehud Medinata, possibly representing Yahweh or Yahweh enthroned on a winged wheel. This identification is disputed, however. I bet it is. Look at that. Can't say we making none of it up. You see? So a lot of us got to kick that. You got to go back to the drawing board. The Creator is not sitting on a throne in space. You got to take that back to the drawing board. The Creator is ever present. If he's on a throne somewhere right now, with Messiah at his right hand right now, then neither one of them are ever present everywhere at once and yet unseen. Right? So if, in other words, if who we call El or Yahweh is sitting on a throne, similar to this, it's just something you can look at. Say that chair he's sitting on is in the heavens, the highest heaven somewhere. If that's where he's at right now, then he's not in Nova Scotia. It's not in Russia. If that's where God is right now, then God ain't even within you. He's sitting on his throne. You see, you can't be localized and focalized somewhere and still be ever present. Ever present means everywhere at one time. You feel me? And yet unseen. See? See, it's important to make the distinction. You got to make the distinction and differentiate. Other than that, you'll be played with out here. All right? If y'all understand that, throw some nines up in the chat, man. We working, baby. You don't want to be played with out here, man. Don't let nobody play with you like that. All right? All right, let's cook. Look at this right here. And whoever says Christ, Christ signifying a God in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, like I just showed, is a blasphemer against the Creator, the all-person. Look at that. Whoever calls on the name of any other man or angel worshiping such as a God is an idolater in my sight. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous than if they worship stone idols or graven images. And whoever says deity, and divinity, and divine law and natural law, or are judged to be in darkness. For I proclaim my heavens open and the way of understanding clear. For I proclaim my heavens open and the way of understanding clear. The Creator is ever present and does by the virtue of his presence and not by any law. You hear that? Here you go, talking about your Torah portions. Let me clear this up for you and make it clear. For I proclaim my heavens open and the way of understanding clear. The Creator is ever present and does by virtue of his presence. It happened because he's there and not by any law. And whoever says that which will lead men to believe he is not present, or that he has gone away, leaving certain laws after him in his stead, the same as the judge, the blasphemer against the Creator. And whoever says, call on this Savior, call on that Savior, your sins shall be forgiven you. And in the hour of your death, because you have so called on him, you shall ascend into a heavenly paradise. The same as a falsifier of my kingdoms and a blasphemer against Creator. And whoever says, come before the church and priests and make prayers and confessions, and you shall be absolved and forgiven your sins. The same are falsifiers of my kingdoms and blasphemers against Jehovah, the Creator. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. Ball game, boy. What you mean? No more need for the prophet, the priest, the savior, the middleman, none of that. Now, stand up. Because you just found out ain't no resurrection in this world or in my heavens above except by good works done to others. And this is serving the Creator. You hear that? You should be striving daily, man. What greatness or what good I'm going to do for someone else today. You see that? That's where our mind need to be at. We call them to fix the problems. You know what I mean? Huh? I like that part right there, boy. They say, nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. Ball game, boy. Backdrop. Look at this. And this is serving Creator, the all person. And not because of any worship or confessions done before any of the idols on earth or in heaven. It's different, don't it? And here you go, this whole time, Millie Mouth Misfits been telling you this is evil, this is demonic. Come back home, Mally, you lost the light. We ain't talking about nothing but light over this way. We want to tell you get rid of that darkness. See that? Dang. Dang. Now you know. Matter of fact, let me ask y'all that. How is resurrection accomplished in this world or in the heavens above? Go ahead and type your answer in the chat. Type your answer in the chat. How is resurrection accomplished in this world or in the world to come? Type your answer in the chat. You feel me? Easy work, easy work. Look at this. Nor is there any redemption in heaven to the Brahmins, Buddhists, Christians, or Mohammedans because of their prayers and confessions. Been dealing with these false gods and these religions, man. We've been spinning our tires in the mud. Getting nowhere fast, man. You confessing, going to the Catholic priests, saying your Hail Marys, going to your moray or your elders, doing all this crazy madness, and it ain't even no redemption in it. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation, see? You're supposed to get to know one another. You are me, I am you. Family. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same as the judge as worship of the great spirit, Jehovah. So the good works are the systems that we will put together to eliminate crime, to eliminate poverty, to eliminate diseases, right? So instead of all the talk, the work is the action. Remember, character, action. Character, action. Remember that. Character, action. This say right here, you ain't getting no type of redemption or resurrection because you over there confessing, talking about some Hail Mary full of grace. Do prayers and confessions. No. You know how you accomplish resurrection and all that? Good works. Good works. Good works. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same as the judge's worship of the great spirit, Jehovah. Wherever the Brahmins have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Flat out. Flat out. And it is. Wherever the Buddhists have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Wherever the Kayuans or the Confucians have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Look, so your spiritual system is being judged based off the fruit it produces. Is it about knowledge or ignorance? Is it about darkness or light? Is it about freedom or bondage? You as an individual, you as a nation, you as a spiritual system. Creator looking at the fruit. What did it produce? A whole bunch of slanderous jaw misfits? Who don't know up from down, heads from tails? Or did it produce fruit that was making steps toward eliminating society's problems? Was it about love, life, and liberty to all without the sacrifice or murder of any? Wherever the Christians have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice, My judgment is against them. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wherever the Mohammedans have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue and vice, my judgment is against them. You're digging all these world rulers, you feel me, identify with one of these religions. And guess what? Society, wherever they ruling it, largely impoverished. People impoverished. Right? They're falling from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice. Or beggary, vagrancy, and all manner of darkness have increased in any of the cities or countries of any of these idolaters. My judgment is against them. Good night, boy. Because you live in a society like that, unless you stepped outside society and start building your own reality, you understand? That's what you deal with every day. And guess what? The Creator's judgment is against it all. They shall not excuse themselves nor escape my judgment by saying, oh, the true Brahmin, or the true Buddhist, or the true Christian, or the true Mohammedan Muslim has not fallen. These who fell were those who did not embrace our doctrine in fullness of heart. Because my judgment is also against impotency, weakness. They have tried their respective religions for hundreds of years, and they have not raised up one city of righteous people. Come on, man. Come on, man. What happened to Jerusalem? What happened to the Nile Valley? What happened to Mecca and Medina? That deal said they done tried all that for hundreds of years, and they have not raised up one city of righteous people. Sound like whatever you talking about or they talking about don't work. And for that reason, I have come to put these doctrines away and give them that which shall prove itself strong, potent in all the world. That which I proclaim shall be proclaimed by the angels of the second resurrection to all nations and peoples. That's marvelous, man. See? So even those that's into ancestral worship and all that, you've been dealing with angels that ain't graduated above the earth. They still bound to the earth. That's what you've been dealing with. Low-raised angels. Our advantage, we know the system and order, we know the character, we know the action, and the angels that we deal with, or quote-unquote ancestors that we deal with, are from at least the second resurrection. Second resurrection and higher. And to get to the second resurrection, the abandonment of all earthly desires has to take place. All earthly desires. And know what it says, to all nations and peoples. That's powerful. My light has not come to one people only, Israel, Christians, Jews, Mohammedans. My light has not come to one people only, except to the righteous, who serve the Creator by doing good to all men. You can't fight against that. What you gonna say? Serving the Creator is by not doing good to all men? Serving the Creator is being evil to all men? But how do you come with a higher light than that right there? And if you can't come with a higher light, then what are you offended for? I know why. Hit dogs holler. My light is not to one people only, except to the righteous, who serve the Creator by doing good to all men. In my sight, the nations of the divisions of the earth are as one people only. Brothers and sisters. Breathe in, let the light in. I know it's real low and easy to be a bigot, ain't it? It's real low and real easy to do that. It's real easy to entertain your flesh. You see? But this comes through cutting all that prejudice and racism out the water. Cut it right out of you, dang. Because how do you come with a higher light than that? By saying, no, there's only one chosen people? It's saying no, all people, only or one people or chosen people. I'm concerned with all the righteous. All the children and sons and daughters of the earth are brothers and sisters. So now you ain't puffed up. You ain't got the preeminence. You got to treat each and every person as if they are you. Love them as you love your neighbors yourself, right? Nah, you want to do that. You want to go kill something. You want to go hang something. Beat something, enslave something. I take from all of them their idols, their gods, but I give them a greater, even the creator. I say to them, I permitted my children to have idols, but now that you are men, put away your idols and accept Jehovah, who is the creator of all. Nor shall any man say anymore, I worship the Brahmin principle or the Buddhist principle or the Kayuan principle or the Christian principle. You hear that a lot. Christ consciousness, or the Mohammedan principle. For all of these have proved themselves to result in what, y'all? In war and destruction. Ball game. Bag drop. What's the title? It's a chop session. It's open, but the military draft and various topics, right? Is your God a man of war? We showed him in detail earlier. He got arrows drunk with blood. He got a sharp, glittering sword. He take out his sheath. Vengeance, anger, jealousy. All these spiritual systems that everyone is involved with in every corner of the earth today have all resulted in war and destruction. There's not one that has even produced one righteous city. Not one of these. Look at this. None of them have faith in the Creator, but faith in their armies of soldiers and in their weapons of death. But I get all people one principle only, which is to serve Jehovah. This is broad enough for the redemption and resurrection of all men. And I will have none other. Seek, O man, to believe in the all-person who is ever present, whose eye is upon you. See that? Seek, O man, to believe in the all-person who is ever present, whose eye is upon you, whose ear hears you. For he is the all-one who is the password to the highest of heavens. Good night, boy. Seek to become one with your maker. No creator. And to tell the truth, that first voice you done heard your whole life, that ain't never guided you wrong. I should listen to my first mind. That's your creator that's been talking and dealing with you since before you can remember. We just been trained through religion to ignore the creator's voice. You know what I mean? And depend more on precepts of dead men than the living voice of the creator that's running through every fabric of your body, every fabric of your mind and spirit right now. Yeah. Get back, tap back into your maker, man. Look at this. And you may call on your idol with the gates of my heavens, but the gates shall not be open to you. For I will have no quarrel in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as to gods and lords and saviors. No fighting about it. You ain't gonna be up here talking about Muhammad sandwich or Jeebus around here. None. That ain't happening. Oh, wait. Look at this right here. Look at this right here, man. It still go crazy. See, ain't none of that. You ain't gonna be arguing and quarreling in any of the kingdoms of the creator, talking some Jeebus or Muhammad sandwich, none of that. Buddha, Brahma, none of that. For I will have no quarrel fighting in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as the gods and lords and saviors. What are y'all doing fighting over there? You must worship a god or a lord or a savior. Look at this. Till you are washed clean of them, coming in spotless, white, a servant of the Most High. You cannot withstand the light of my kingdoms in heaven. Yeah, you got to lay them idols down. Shout out to the real Yahshua, man. Real Yahshua, great man. Great big brother. You understand? Stood on business. We ain't got no problem with Yahshua. Well, Yahshua, no problem. You know what I mean? He just been turned into a god and worship. That's what we got a problem with. You did? No, creator. Until you are washed clean of them, these deities, these men who have been deified, coming in spotless white, a servant of the Most High, you cannot withstand the light of my kingdoms in them. You wouldn't even be able to withstand the light. You up in here with deity on your breath. Deity got your tongue. Deity got your tongue, Johnny. You wouldn't be able to withstand the light. You still got deity on your breath. Let alone animal sandwiches. But you shall return in spirit to the earth and abide in the church and temple of your chosen God. Wandering about in stubbornness of heart, a prey to demons, drudges, vampires, and other angels of darkness. Have faith, O man, in him who created you alive. About him, there can be no mistake. Glorify him by righteous works, having faith that even as he brought you into life, so will he provide for you according to your just deserts. If you're getting some understanding, throw me a 4 up in the chat, family. We working. We working today. We working. Ooh, we working. That's a good one too. I gotta get on down. We in the book of judgment. Oh, I speed. Headshot. Matter of fact, let me stop there and keep scrolling. So y'all ain't gotta look at that. We scrolling though, man. All right, I'm glad everybody getting some understanding. Always good to get on and chop it up with the fam. Y'all already know. All right? And we making it clear. It's not hard to understand. You know what I mean? It's not hard to understand. Putting it right out there so you can be like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Here we go right here. Here we go right here. Bing. We get some understanding. We get some understanding, baby. And now watch this right here. Uh-oh. What are you doing, Malachi? The book of judgment, OISP, headshot. God judges against war. I know somebody about to be mad over this one, boy. Yeah. Man, y'all want to tap in with your little brother? Probably about to read a couple more of these. Y'all want to tap in, man, hit the link. I pinned it at the top of the chat. And hop on in and chop it up with your little brother, man. All this war and destruction. You got Israelites and Christians out here can't wait till the blood flows to the horses, bro. Can't wait till the cluster of the vine of the earth or the grapes of God's vineyard are thrown into the winepress of the wrath of God. Trampled out. And so much of their blood is going to flow for 180 miles long and 6 feet high. That's for the chosen. God judges against war. Man. And trip about this, y'all. It's clear. See, once you understand the character and action, once again, of who we call our maker, everything clears up for you. Now you know there's no way the creator tell me to kill anything alive. You know what I mean? There's no way. It's impossible. Chapter 32. The book of judgment, OISP, headshot. And again, what higher light you gonna come with? That's all I'm asking, since what we saying is so evil. You got a higher light? You got to highlight them what we showed. Exodus 15:3 says, Yahweh is a man of war. And then we went and showed him his sword, his arrows, along with his emotions. Look at this. Chapter 32, Book of Judgment, OSP, headshot, body blow. God judges against war. God said, now behold, O man, I have declared my first and second resurrections to you. Phew. And in like manner is the third resurrection. See, the Bible don't talk about the third resurrection. Only gets to 2, but still higher. And so on are all the heavens of the Creator, higher and higher, until the inhabitants of them become very lords and gods. Onward and upward forever, gang. Y'all already know. Up and out, man. Feel me? Like once you die and you come back to the earth, that's not resurrection, that's declension. You went backwards. Nevertheless, hear, O man, the wisdom of your God, and be appreciative of the way of resurrection being opened up to you. Listen, man. We talking about stuff you ain't never heard of before. And out of the 8 billion inhabitants on this earth, quote unquote, it's only a few of us in this entire earth talking this high light right now, man. This higher light. There's only a few of us. I don't even think it's 10. Nah, it's more than that. I'm just saying, like, that's like actively out there singing type. You know what I mean? Man, that's major. That's major. You know what I mean? Look at this. Nevertheless, hear, O man, the wisdom of your God, and be appreciative of the way of resurrection being opened up to you. Like, appreciate this, man. This ain't something you sneeze at. Right? This is some high vibrating light. And if you be real with yourself, you haven't learned none of this before. You haven't. I ain't bragging on us. We just saying, like, look, this is what we found. This is what we bring out to you. Look at this. Look at this. Now I declare to you, there are angels lower than the first resurrection, being incapacitated by various causes from knowing who they are, where they come from, where they came from, or where they are going. Indeed, many of them do not know words of speech nor signs, nor tokens, but are as destitute of knowledge as young babies. Many of them, these spirits, died in infancy. Some of them were killed by abortion. Some of them were idiots, and some of them deranged. Many of these live by fetal, meaning they attach to their parents or their next of kin. A lot of times, you know, sisters made the mistake of doing the abortions or whatever. You feel me? And then a lot of them will tell you it's a spirit of heaviness, depression that come upon them after they do that. You feel me? Well, Waspy is saying that's the spirit of a child you just got rid of, returning to attach to you because you are still responsible for the spiritual substance of that and nurturing of that child. Death does not rid you of your responsibility. Whatever you didn't take care of on this side will follow you to the next. You see? So you gotta get that right. Look at this. Many of these live by fetal, and so that you may know what fetal is, behold, Jehovah has given you testimony and immortality, such as when a young child sleeps with a very old person. That child is devoured of its substance. In such a case, the old person is fetal on the young child. The old person is said to live by fetal. Now, hear, O man, the judgment of your God. Half the people born into the world, including stillbirths and abortions, die in infancy. Therefore, there are 1 billion angel infants. Look at this. Giving you clarity on the matter. Therefore, there are 1 billion angel infants attached, fetal on the earth every 30 years. See, now you understand what happened to the spirit of these that were aborted or was a stillbirth or died very young before they gained the proper knowledge of this physical world. Now you understand what happened to them. You know what I mean? You never asked what's the condition of the spirit that I just murdered, that I just killed. Do you know you responsible for that? You out here putting that pistol on your brothers? You responsible for that, boy. Yeah, you won't just because you killed them don't mean you ain't gotta holler. You ain't gotta see him again. And doing all that, you bind yourself to that person, man. And eventually, y'all both gotta work together to get about this position once you cross over. And then good luck with that because this nigga hates you for that. I ain't trying to be bound to, like, I ain't trying to stay back no longer than I got to. You know what I mean? I'm not, I'm cool. Look at it. These angels never obtain objective knowledge of the corporeal earth. Yeah, they died early. But are compelled to learn earthly things subjectively through mortals upon whom they are fetal. So because they didn't have their own experience, they were attached to these mortals, you know what I mean, who somewhat are responsible for taking them up out of here, right? And learn subjectively, not through their own experience, but through the person they're attached to. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples on the earth for this great darkness. These early deaths, and because these angels are thus bound to mortals and cannot go away from them until such time as mortals die, mortals are responsible and bound to train them by examples of righteousness and good works to rise up. Ball game, boy. See that? Death does not rid you of your responsibility. Death don't rid you of that. You still responsible for any abortions, stillbirths, whatever didn't happen, especially them abortions these days, man. You still responsible for the spiritual nourishment and upbringing of that child you aborted. Still got to handle business. And then now that spirit has to attach to you and learn subjectively what a physical life is. Your responsibility, you getting rid of your responsibility does not rid you of it. Mortals are responsible and bound to train them. Train who? Those children that died early. Mortals are responsible and bound to train them by examples of righteousness and good works to rise up. See the system in order? You see the fairness? You see the justice in that? You see the justice in that? Look at this. Now, other than these angels, there are those who are slain in war. See, now we're dealing with the warfare again. You feel that? Now, trip off this word. Trip off this word. Now, other than these infant spirits that died, there are those who are slain in war, whose minds are in chaos, who died in the heat of passion, fear, and anger, become wild and bound on battlefields, or perhaps stroll away into deserted houses and castles and are lost, bewildered, and unapproachable. Never ask yourself what happened to the spirit of the one you killed or who died on the battlefield. You never, what happened? What happened to them? Mind is in chaos. Died in the heat of passion, fear, and anger, became wild and bound on battlefields. You produce a chaotic spirit when you kill someone. Now someone has to calm them down. Look at these. Of these spirits who were slain in war, of these there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries and among all peoples in the world. The spirits of those who were slain in war. They are distracted and tormented with their own fears and bewilderment. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world who engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. What does that mean? Because remember, if these spirits are birthed into chaos and destruction, there are angels who receive your spirit once you cross over. So you're sending the angels a chaotic, angry, warmongering spirit when you kill somebody. Now the angels got to work double time to calm their spirit down, right? And remember, people be dying by the hundreds of thousands every day. I think it's close to like 250,000 people die every 24 hours. 250,000 worldwide die every 24 hours. You understand? Now, what if majority of them are violent deaths? Look what's happening. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world who engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. Judgment is rendered against every nation and all people in the world who carry on war or who are accessory to war, in which any man created alive by Creator is slain in defense of any king or other ruler, or in defense of any country or government in the world. Bag drop, boy. Creator ain't sanctioning none of this warfare that you can't wait for the blood to flow to the horse's bridle. The Creator ain't sanctioning none of that. None of that. Huh? Judgment is rendered, Book of Judgment 32 and 13. Judgment is rendered against every nation and all people in the world who carry on war or who are accessory to war, in which any man created alive by the Creator is slain in defense of any king or other ruler, or in defense of any country, you patriots, or government in the world, and whether any war is offensive or defensive, whether any war is offensive or defensive, my judgment is against its aiders and abettors, and against the kings and queens or other rulers who are parties to war, willingly, knowingly, or otherwise. Look at this. And I judge him guilty also, who is general, commodore, captain, sergeant, or private, that engages in war or takes part in it, aiding, abetting, or otherwise, in which any man created alive by the Creator is slain or caused to suffer death. Dang. If y'all understand that the Creator is not sanctioning none of this warfare, that will want to be in check. If you believe the Creator is sanctioning the warfare between Israel and Palestine, the United States and Russia and China, put the two up in check. 1, for the Creator is not inspiring warfare. These are false gods and their religions. 2, for he is. And yet, aside from angels who are in chaos, and yet aside from angels who are in chaos, there are hundreds of millions who are in declension instead of resurrection. Such angels are those who in mortal life were whipped and tortured in prisons. See what happened to the slaves, right? Or perhaps were hanged or otherwise put to death. All that happened in slavery. And guess what Master Crenshaw produced? A whole bunch of chaotic, angry, violent spirits is waiting on his ass when he cross over. You whipped them, you hung them, you beat them, you threw them in prison. Look at this. These angels take delight in evil instead of good. Sometimes they go about singly, and sometimes in gangs of hundreds and even thousands. In the past, the false gods used such angels to fulfill curses on mortals and to carry poison in the earth. That shit crazy. Look at this right. In past, the false gods use who? Such angels, angry, chaotic angels. Those who were slain in war or who were whipped and hung in their mortal life. In the past, the false gods used such angels to fulfill curses on mortals and to carry poison in the air and to inoculate mortals with foul diseases. Good night. Even that's a product of the false gods. Behold, in this day, my angels have shown you that they can bring flowers and ponderous bodies. Similarly, the false gods with their trained warrior angels, who delight in evil, to cast mortals in death by poisons and suffocation. Y'all hear this? Dang. All that property of the false gods. Look at this. Judgment is rendered against all nations. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples who use prisons as places for whipping and torturing prisoners, and against all nations and peoples who put to death by hanging, shooting, or in any way whatsoever any prisoner or any person whom the Creator created alive. Sound familiar? Especially in the United Snakes of America. Look at it. Judgment is rendered against the judge and the jury who condemn to death any man, and against the lawmakers who make or have left in force a law authorizing death as a penalty against any person the Creator created alive. So everybody from the lawmakers down to those who execute it, you feel me? Judgment is rendered against them. You see? From the cat who pulled the trigger to the nigga that made the gun. To the cat who sold it to him. Everybody that's responsible for that weapon of death, judgment is rendered against you, man. You got to answer for that. Look at that. A law authorizing death as a penalty against any person the Creator created alive, and against any sheriff or executioner who puts to death willingly or knowingly any person that the Creator created alive. So far, you corrupt police officers. Yeah, this hitting everything across the board. And look what it is. And this is the bondage I put upon all those who do not obey my judgments and conform to them. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, while war remains upon the earth. So all your General Pattons, all your General Albert Pikes, you know what I mean? All your Chris Kyles, you dig? Of every nation. From the lawmakers down to those who pulled the trigger and killed those boys. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, while, meaning you ain't leaving the earth, while war remains upon the earth. Even though their bondage is 100 years or 1,000 years. Yet this my judgment against them shall not be put aside. Nah, man. We shouldn't even be looking to join no type of army. Right? But it looked like the United States about to go ahead and reinstate that draft. And guess who they drafted this time? Women's. Wow. 18 through 26, forced to go to war. That's crazy. He said, so trip off this. If you was some type of glorified warrior like your boy Leonidas from 300 or Alexander the Freak, or, in modern times, there's been plenty of valiant warriors and as part of these armies. And yeah. But trip off this. Why the judgment on you is, as long as war remains on earth, even when you die, you bound to the earth. First resurrection is what you in as soon as you die and cross over. That's first resurrection number one. Bound to the earth. As long as war remains, and as long as war is on the earth for 100 or 1,000 years, you right there. You can't even ascend and get higher and witness what it is that the Most High got for you. Because you was in the spilling blood, killing. Look at this. Neither shall any king, queen, nor any other ruler in the entire world impress as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. And whoever does not obey this, my judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, while war remains on the earth. So for you in power and position in government, is trying to force a draft. And you trying to make everybody go to war. But if the cat don't want to go, then guess what? You're supposed to say he ain't got to go. If you make him go, then guess what? When you cross over, as long as war is on this earth, you stuck to the earth, bound to it. Nor will I anymore consider the prayers of any king, queen, or any other ruler, or any other nation or people anywhere in the world to engage in war. Ain't no God bless America, what you mean? Or Russia, or China, or the United Kingdom. What you mean? You just heard your prayers ain't getting past your nostrils. Yeah. I didn't say it. That's what it says. Nor will I consider the prayers of any king, queen, or any other ruler, or any nation or people in anywhere in the world to engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid or abet war in any way whatsoever. Yo, say your prayers. If you got standing armies and claim you love Muhammad, say your prayers. You got standing armies and claim you love Jesus, save your prayers, because they not rising above your earlobes. I didn't say it. Nor will I anymore consider the prayers of any king, queen, or any other ruler, or any nation or people anywhere in the world to engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid or abet war in any way whatsoever. That's even down to the people who sell you your weapons of death, your guns. Look at this. But I will abandon all such people, and my Lord shall abandon them, and my holy angel shall abandon them. Look at that. So what you think is happening with America? The greatest standing army in the world, you think the Creator is dealing with this? Now, really, like, look, my angels gonna abandon a place like that. And they shall be left as prey to their own harvest of evil spirits, and to all manner of demons, Jujas. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations, JFK, intriguers and despoilers, and with anarchy, riots, and destruction. For they shall be made to understand that whomever the Creator created alive is sacred upon the earth. Hear that? And that whoever does not heed these, my judgment sins against the Almighty. Whoever the Creator created alive is sacred. Dang. Sure take the superiority complex away. I tell you that much. I tell you that much. Behold, it is not sufficient apology for them to say, oh, an evil king will come upon my country and possess it. I say to you, old man, all countries are the Creator's. See? Be his servant for peace and righteousness, having faith in him. Behold, your God has come to put away old things and to give you the kingdoms of the Creator as they are in his exalted heavens. Heed the judgments of your God. You cannot stop the hand of the Almighty. Ooh, if you get some understanding, throw an 8 up in the chat, family. What? What they talking about? What they talking about? Oh, I speak, Book of the Prophet, chapter 3, headshot. We gonna land our plane right here. You know what I mean? Y'all see the topic though, man. Y'all see the topic. All right, it's an open chop session. Military draft and what? Various topics. Is your God a man of war? Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Yeah, you know how it is, dude. You know what it is. Bezel said, I wonder the percentage of the people who dies in an hour worldwide knew Creator before they crossed over. I know, man. Something crazy. Man. Yeah, man. Let's read some of this. Y'all know we got documents for days already ready. All right, knowing the fate of every slave master and his descendants. Whether you call it slaves or prisoners of war. Notice the Creator did not put no curse on you and sanction you to go into no type of slavery. No. No, you're wrong again. The Creator or true God or goddess can't curse. If you knew it was a false one that threw you into slavery, you'd be even more pissed. Like, dang, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. But how liberating is it to know it wasn't your maker that did it? See, there's a lot of stuff being cleared up in this hour. Feel me? A lot of stuff being cleared up in this hour. And what you hearing is light, man. And And all that warfare created is not with that. War is an ugly thing, man. It's messy business. Let's read this book of the prophet. The prophet said, these are the judgments of God, son of creator. Thy God holdeth thee for the iniquities of all your people, wherein you were party to the crimes committed. It is. Think it's a game, but you think I'm playing? To the nation who saith, behold me, my people are free. And all men participate in the governments of men, so shalt thou be bound, both in this world and the next. When thou didst bind your people in slavery, the judgment of your God is upon all your people. Nevertheless, doubly bound is he who directly held his fellow man in bondage. Nor hath the Creator, who is over all, limited his times and seasons by the depth of any man. But they who commit crime shall answer in the next world for the sins done in this. Yeah, man, you hear that a lot. What's going to happen to the slave master? Okay. Look at this. Look at this. What you mean? The whole system in order is across the board. We ain't getting into it, though. Still bias. God said, because your slaves went out of darkness and have become wandering spirits, dwelling in ignorance around about the earth, there is no resurrection for them in this day. The heavens of your God are above them, nor have they put away the vengeance in their hearts because of the injustice done them in mortality. Like, yeah, so in other words, slave master killed a whole bunch of slaves or prisoners of wars. Those men that were killed, those women that were killed became spirits, wandering spirits of vengeance, anger, waiting for slave master to die so they can get some get back. But if that's your mindset, you're not rising up and through the atmosphere into the higher heavens. You're not doing that. You still bound to the earth. You ain't coming, like the higher heavens ain't accepting the anger, the vengeance, the racism, the bigotry, the sexism, the domestic violence. None of that is allowed up in the higher heavens. You know what I mean? So yeah, you may get you some get back, but you're going to be bound to the earth until you get your get back. And then y'all both got to work together to rise up, man. That's a lot of time being bound to somebody, man, just because you took them up out of it. That's a lot of time, man. You dig? Look at this. Tens of millions of them loiter about their old places, even as they lived on earth, but with evil intent on the living. And they pursue the living with wrath, tormenting them day and night with evil inspirations. Look at this. And the living have become corrupt, wicked at heart, nor do they prosper in anything under the sun. And when they die as to mortality, their souls enter the next world. And when they die as to mortality, their souls enter the next world and become surrounded with the hate of their former slaves. You see that? See what's going to happen to slave master? See what's going to happen to any man or woman of power that abused that authority and power and harmed others. Look what's going to happen. Now, watch me tell you, slave master got an answer for that, man. Right? And so does anyone that wounds or harms or does any type of hurt to anyone under the sun. You got to correct that. And if you die before you correct it, it follows you to the next side. You got to correct that. Look at this. And the living have become corrupt and wicked at heart, nor do they prosper in anything under the sun. And when they die as to mortality, their souls enter the next world to become environed, surrounded with the hate of their former slaves. And companies of millions do the spirits of darkness surround them. And there is no resurrection for any of them to any of the higher heavens. Neither does it avail them any good to pray for the priests. Neither does it any good for you to pray for the priests, nor a church to help them. For the evil that was done must be compensated in every fraction before there shall be any redemption for them. Every evil that was done to any slave by any slave master must be compensated in every fraction before the slave and slave master can start any process of redemption. That ain't only code, that's fair. And that applies to any, if you out there in the street swinging them sticks with them switches on them, boy, you out here killing your people or killing any people, guess what? The same fate awaits you. It don't matter if they get up there at your funeral and said, you know, Lil Bullet was a Christian. He gave his life to Jesus at 3. Like that's gonna do something. No. Look what it's saying. For the evil that was done must be compensated in every fraction before there should be any redemption for them. You out here, you've been, you know, laying down. Hey, you got work to do on the other side. You gonna run back into them people you killed. Yep. And for a long season, they're gonna be angry at you. And for a long season, you're gonna be tormented. They gonna jump you. I can only imagine what a nigga like Hitler going through. Hitler or Mao Tse-tung or Kim Jong mentally ill or, you know what I mean, Saddam insane, any of them. I can only imagine what any of them going through. That say right here, they still say, and when they die as to mortality, their souls enter the next world. So this is Hitler entering the next world to become environed with the hate of their former slaves. So he supposedly was responsible for 6 million deaths. That's 6 million people that won't get back. I would not want to be him. Look at this. In companies of millions do the spirits of darkness surround him, Hitler. And there is no resurrection for any of them to any of the higher heavens. Neither does it avail them any good to pray for the priest nor church to help them. But you going hoping that you're going to give a gift to the priest for him to pray for the spirit of Hitler. Yeah, right. For the evil that was done must be compensated in every fraction before there shall be any redemption for them. You can't tell me that ain't fair. You can't tell me that ain't fair. You know what I mean? You can't even tell me that ain't fair, boy. So no, it ain't God throwing you in hell. It's the spirit of the nigga you killed. Huh? It's the spirits of the slaves you tortured. It's the spirit of the peasants you tarred and feathered. It's by the spirit of those you whipped, hung, castrated, raped. That's who you gotta holler at. Because it must be compensated in every fraction. The evil that was done to them. Before any process of redemption can start happening. Before resurrection can start happening. Bruh, that ain't only code, that's fair. Be careful what you do to others out here, man. Because whatever you do, you got to make it right. And even if you died, follow you. The spirits of the slaves are in ignorance and crime. And thy God putteth it upon you, slave master, that till you have turned to and lifted them up, even with yourself, meaning they can't be your slaves no more, you shall find no peace of soul, neither shall you raise to the heavens of your God. Moreover, even as you do this day, curse the race you has neglected and despised. You hear that? Lips full of nigga jokes dripping off your lips. Moreover, even as thou does this day curse the race thou hast neglected and despised, so dost thou sink thyself in deeper bondage. Racism don't do nothing but bind you more and more. Here you go with all this hatred, you dig? And what if you find out that the roles was reversed? That you niggas actually was the first slave masters and them was white slaves. Hit different, don't it? Hit different. If that's the scenario, that hit different. Because guess what you read? Your judgment. And leave me alone, man. So, and then trip off this. And even according to the biblical narrative, the Israelites are going to be the slave masters in the New Jerusalem, and they're going to have slaves. But what happened to the spirits of the slaves you subjugate and degrade and eventually kill? What happened to them? And what's going to happen to you by them once you cross over? Remember what it said. For the evil that was done must be compensated in every fraction before there should be any redemption for them. The spirits of the slaves are in ignorance and crime, and your God putteth upon you, talking to the slave master, that till you have turned to and lifted them up, even with yourself. That can't be looked at as your property and your shadow slavery, attaboys. Gotta be lifted up even with yourself. You shall find no peace of soul. You remember you're dead, you done crossed over, but you still responsible for all that harm you did. You won't find no peace of soul on this side until you raise the ones up you're subjugated and destroyed in your mortal life. Neither shall you raise to the heavens of your God. Moreover, even as you do this day, curse the race you have neglected and despised. And this is across the board for all racism. So do you sink yourself in deeper bondage. For as the Creator quickened in the life of all the living, and thus made them his children, all the living, so are they your brothers and sisters. Good night. Nor have anyone any prestige in sight of our Father who is over all. Good night. God said. God said, till you can take them to your heart and soul and say, my brother and my sister, in this world, there should be no prosperity for your people. And even so shall it continue to be so in the next world. See the benefits in having a fair, just, and righteous Creator, and not a wrathful, vengeful, jealous, regretful man of war. And you actually believe you got the worst part of slavery, didn't you? Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let's read this right here. We in the OISP Book of Judgment, chapter 34. We'll close out with that. Woof. Man, that's crazy, man. Man, see? It's just what it is. It's just what it is. Let's go down to chapter 34. Let's go to this tab right here. Dang. Serious bit. If you get some understanding, spin that vortex up in the chat, family. All right, we're going to read this Judgment 34. Land that plane. And get on up out of here. Sister Tabitha Keon Cooper say the Cosmon era is causing a swamp draining to occur from religion, government, and even the spirit realms with the evil spirits its own. Facts. Facts. Yeah, he gave his life to Jesus at 3. Little bullet. You know what? I'll probably wait to do this one next one. This one do go hard though. That 34 is like, dang. And we might as well run it. The Book of Judgment, chapter 34, OISP headshot. God judges the governments of man. God said, when a man has young children, he makes just laws in order to teach them discretion, justice, harmony, and consideration in regard to one another. But when his children attain to be men and women, man no longer holds a law over them, for they have become his equals, his brothers and sisters. That's actually true. I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear that. But when your children get old enough, you was just there to assist them until they're able to make their decisions on their own. You dig? Once they get grown, they no longer up under like your certain laws that you have up in your house. They got their own house. They done moved out. You know what I mean? They're like your brothers and sisters at that point. All right. Similarly, in the ancient times, I have provided you, old man, with governments and laws for different nations and peoples. Nevertheless, I said to you, let your government be like a father over the people, and not as a separate matter against them. You hear this, United Snakes of America, and all nations listening, ready to go to war? Huh? All you gotta do is listen, weapons down. The Faithists got the blueprint for world peace. Weapons down. The government, if there are governments formed, are supposed to be like a father over the people and not as a separate matter against them. But you have disobeyed my commandments. Your government is one thing and your people is another thing. That's why you got so many that, you understand? So many that are anti-government right now. That which should be one entity you have made into two. Yeah. Your government has become a separate self from the people. And the people are like servants, slaves, supporting the lawmakers who trade in projects and schemes for their own profit and glory. Sound familiar, don't it? Since the earliest days, all the governments of man have drifted into this. When a government no longer feels the grade according to the advancement of the people, remember, we're supposed to be advancing, not going backwards. When a government no longer feels the grade, according to the advancement of the people, behold, your God withdraws his heavenly protection from that government. And the people run immediately into anarchy. What is happening now? This nigga Donald Trump just got convicted, found guilty on like 54 felony Fed charges, and he running for president. What is going on here? So, for those of us that understand, we already know the protection of the Creator has been withdrawn from this place. Now, he's with his people, you know what I mean? But according to this, no, it hasn't fulfilled the grade anymore. Man or its constituents have went backwards. The citizens have gone backwards, not forward. Do not lay the blame of anarchy, revolution, and assassins on the people. My judgment is against the governments in all cases. These conditions of vengeance are only the fruit resulting from the government's divergence from the will of the Creator and the march of his light. The reason there are anarchy, revolution, assassinations, overthrow of government plots is because the government diverged from the plan and will of the Creator. That's why. So Creator said he don't blame the people for anarchy, blame the government. Because the government has become one entity and the people another when it's supposed to be one and the same. How the heavenly kingdoms are ran. See, so we don't blame the people. No. It's the government. For example, as the offspring of inharmonious parents or of parents wrapped up in selfishness are lower in grade than their predecessors, even so do the subjects of a king decline in grade in proportion to the prevention of freedom and the neglect of general instruction, knowledge. See, as a government, when you withhold liberty and knowledge from the people under the pretense of national security, guess what you do? The kingdom declines in grade. The angels of the Creator are ordered to withdraw from such a place. Judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty, freedom to the people. And where it neglects providing means for the development of the talents created withal. Yeah, freedom for the people and trade school. And the development of the talents and the skills of the people. We should be progressing, not going backwards. There should be nobody in 2024 that don't know how to read. That's of the age that and able to read. There shouldn't be nobody in this time that don't know how to read and write. We've progressed past it. You know what I mean? Look at this. In those respects, oh man, governments are measured and graded by your God. What respects? Freedom and knowledge. Freedom and advancement. In those respects, oh man, governments are measured and graded by your God. And whenever a government sets itself up to enforce and strengthen itself by violence against justice for the multitude, behold, I turn away from that government. And I call away my lords and holy angels. And with that, druges, demons come upon those people, and the people fall upon their government and destroy it. So we already know what that's about. If a government is a king only and he has no holy council or parliament, then the responsibility of the shortness is wholly his. But if the king has a holy council, then the responsibility for shortness lies partly with the king and partly with the council. No one escapes. The president is cabinet. None of it. The king is parliament. Now, if you in on it and it has to do with the bondage of the people and their ignorance, the withholding of information, the withholding of knowledge, guess what? It's on everyone who sat down in that private circle and came up with that. See, just across the board. Look at this. Judgment is rendered against them not only in this world, but in the spirit world, the S world. And each and every member of such a council shall be bound in the first resurrection. Meaning you're going to cross over and be a wandering spirit. You ain't even going to advance until he has made amends, until he has corrected or made amends to all his people for the shortness he manifested on the earth. You see that? Hear the wisdom of your God, O man, and consider the way of righteousness in the governments of mortals. The nearer the two are to being one, that is, the government and the people, the nearer they are like my heavenly kingdoms. See? See? The more alienated the government is from the people, like what you have in the United States of America and all the governments around the world, the further it is from the kingdom of your God. So we can safely say what all this represents. Look at this. Let this be a guide to you, O man, in prophesying the change and the overthrow of governments. According to the square of the distance a government is from the Creator, which is righteousness, so is accelerated the pace of its coming change or destruction. Do not think these matters are governed by chance or accident. Jehovah is perfect righteousness, the all everlasting. Whew. He is all one. For a people and their government to attain to be all one with each other. This is great strength with a long existence and internal peace. You should also consider this, O man. All governments are tending toward oneness with one another. This is the march of the Creator. None can stop him. Consider then that wisdom is between governments. Consider then what wisdom is between governments. To make themselves reciprocal toward one another. What is reciprocal? Complementary exchanges, mutual agreements, harmonious interchanges, have functioning relations. Consider then what wisdom is between governments to make themselves reciprocal toward one another, to build relationships. A government that sets itself up for itself and against other governments is a selfish government. And your God rates it the same as a selfish man, being disparate from the Creator and his kingdoms, distant, incongruent. See, the government gonna be rated just like a man. If it's a selfish government, it's gonna be rated just like a selfish man will be graded or judged. Judgment is rendered against such a government. Neither my lords nor my holy angels shall bless that government. Governments that practice affiliation to bring about reciprocal brotherhoods between governments are on the right road toward the Father's everlasting kingdoms, plural. Do not flatter yourself, O man. Do not flatter yourself, O man, that these matters can escape the observation of your God. The affairs, legislations, laws, treaties, and all things that governments accomplish directly or indirectly, good or bad, are known and recorded in the heavens of the earth. And the leaders, kings, and councils shall sooner or later face them. And they shall judge their own fullness or shortness in serving Jehovah in righteousness and in wisdom. Ooh, we got some understanding today, man. We got some understanding today. You know, we're going to land our plane right there. All praises once again to the ever-present Creator, the all and all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. The mighty and great Spirit, the mighty and great I am. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Creator Gang ain't the next up. Creator Gang is now. We got now. We ain't, oh man, y'all up next. No, we got now. You dig? And we up. All praises to the ever-present Creator. You dig? Y'all go ahead and throw some nines up in the chat if y'all got some understanding today, man. Love, light, and cosmine to everybody. You dig? I got my sister intuitive. Go look at it. That's my sis right there. What's going on, Mr. Sean LaFay? What's going on, love? How you be? Love, light, and cosmine balance to you. You feel me? Love and light. We got Jasmine Fly. What's up, Jazz? What's the word? Love, light, and cosmine to the fam, man. We got my sister Angelic, my sister better than yours. Love, light, and balance to you, sis. You already know. You already know. Yeah, who else we got up there? We got my brother, the mayor of the West Side. Mayor of the West Side, my brother Abdiel. Yisrael. What's the word, King? Blessings. Abundant blessings. Yeah. Love, light, and cosmine. Clarence Anderson said it all add up. All praises. All praises to the Most High Creator. And I ain't heard nothing evil yet. That's the crazy part for anybody that's still slandering or try to talk crazy about what it is we be bringing out. Timestamp the evil, man. Yeah. It's like we took the video and showed y'all was willing to kill y'all children. Timestamp that evil. And show the world where we put an evil jacket on the creator. We talking evil. Man, we talking bloodshed and war and murder and sacrifice and pillage and pillage. Everything we've ever said is to challenge you to be better. It ain't evil. Salute to my brother Clarence Anderson. He said it add up. That's what it's about. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother MINISTRIES, my brethren. What's the word, huh? My IG brethren. What's the word? Love, light, and balance to you. Love, light, and balance to the fam, man. Y'all already know what time it is. Cosmine Cal in the building, man. Y'all go like, subscribe, share, man. Go check out the YHWH'S Chronicles. Like, subscribe, and share, man. Tap in with the real ones. Tap in with the real ones. You feel me? Y'all can only ignore the light for so long. Y'all go tap in. SHALOM TV, OSP Bible. Y'all go like, subscribe, and share, man. Tap in with the real ones. Tap in with the real ones. Right? Those is out here telling you about the creator. Making a differentiation and a distinction between the creator and the gods and the lords and the saviors. And, you know what I mean? It's time for us to progress in our understanding. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. But as you see, nothing evil thus far. We ain't read nothing evil. We ain't telling you to do nothing evil. It ain't nothing like that. Nothing like that. Yeah. But number love, light, and balance to the fam. Believe that, know that. Feel me? Again, y'all check out. Y'all go ahead and check this out before we get up out of here. Let me show that. It's a good documentary. I ain't watched it in a minute, but it's, man, look, that deal came out in 2018, I believe. Fire. Y'all check out that Majestic, above Majestic.
Our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
The gravest error a thinking person can make is to believe that one particular version of history is absolute fact. History is recorded by a series of observers, none of whom are impartial.
RF-4 jets spotted and took photographs of a huge carving in the desert over 1,000 feet across.
No tire tracks and no footprints. The Germans had a settlement on the moon. They had a settlement on Mars. And they were doing this as early as 1939.
Between the age of 16 and 17 years old, I was transported to the moon. And after 20 years, I was age regressed back in time and then returned to civilian life.
Extraterrestrial spacecraft have appeared over nuclear missile installations and have completely powered them down.
We put together programs that went all the way out into the galaxy, not just this galaxy.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
This money is going into underground military bases and secret space programs with technology far beyond what many of us could even realize. Everything we learn is designed to program our minds away from the truth.
This film is the red pill that wakes you up to what's really going on in the world. And at some point, this is all going to break open. The more you get involved, the more compromised you become. They may actually kill you.
Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said if the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Action. Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. If
God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
He was leader Yahweh Vineyard, the self-proclaimed Son of God. One day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, Yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here.
So as y'all see, ain't none of that slander. That's right out of the proverbial horse's mouth. You feel me? So excellent chop session, man. Open chop session with the family. You know what I mean? From the beginning when big homie NehemiYAH got on all the way up to the end. You feel me? Just kind of flowing with it and showing that the nature of the creator is not that of a man of war, nor is creator sanctioning any of this war at all. You know what I mean? So you can rest great at night knowing that if any inspiration that skip across your mindset that's against the creator, such as the murder of anyone, including children, you can rest assuredly and know that that was not sent from the creator. So guess what you got to do? Say, oh, hell no, I don't agree with that. I'm not doing that. I've been told not to kill. See, you got to start firing back at these inspirations when they skip across the plate of your mind. Don't ignore it, right? And don't entertain it. Huh? Hit back. That's what Abraham did. He hit back. You got to show me you God. You got to prove to me you God because I've been commanded not to kill. You fire back. You know what people do today? People heard things in their mind that they know is off, and either they're going to entertain it or attempt to ignore it. Don't ignore it. It don't go nowhere when you ignore it. Eventually, it's going to resurface. Now, fire back on this something. No, I don't even agree with that. I've been commanded not to kill. Bye. It's like you kick somebody off your front porch that was trying to sell you something that you knew was stolen or hot. Man, get off my front porch with all that. You slam the door. It's the same thing in spirit. When you inspired or attempted to do something that you know ain't right, you got the authority to be like, look, get away from me with all that. I don't agree to none of that. It's like that with every thought, with every inspiration that comes through that you know is against creator. Because guess what? That's what you bang at every day. Good thoughts and bad thoughts come skipping right through your mind every day. Huh? Our job is to slap them suckers up. You understand? No, you don't got no, you ain't freely skipping through or tiptoeing through no tulips of my mind. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. I don't agree with that. Bye. Can't sit here, seats taken. You know, you got to get like that. You know what I mean? Direct with these evil angels or these unclean spirits when they come tempting you to do something that's against creator. You got to call them to the flow on that. Just like you would if somebody came, skipped across your front door, and you know they got you know they down with the 5-finger discount everywhere they go. And they pop up with something you want, but you know it's hot, it's stolen. You know him or her. She a boaster. Huh? If it's too hot, guess what you gonna say? Get the hell off my front door with that. Bye. You dig? That's what's supposed to happen when that inspiration come through to be on some murder or some kill or steal or whatever it may be, that you know ain't got nothing to do with Creator. Huh? You got to hit that back. Don't ignore it and don't entertain it. Bomb on it. You feel me? Because that's where it starts. Abraham hit back. He got direct with it. We ought to do the same thing. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it, bro? Oh, man. Oh, man. Because I say, would you punch your grandma with dementia? God commands you to. Yeah, Deshaun said, no, they would. And you know the question gonna be, yeah, though, Cal. You already know. And I'm about to get up out of here, family. Love, light. You know what I mean? Love, light, and cosmos to the fam, man. Steady ducking these fake baby killers. They did. And this nigga right here, BJM, said he would grab a cat by the beard and kiss him. I remember that. And you notice we ain't heard nothing from Black Jesus Minister since the gang invaded side of the TV. What Black Jesus Minister been? He attempted to do a debate league with JJ. That failed. Horribly. Where he been at? One of the last times you heard from him was when Selah first presented on SciNet. I watched it the other day. And Black Jesus Minister called in, but his phone started messing up. And he never got back. And we ain't really heard from dude since. Out here retiring these Negroes. But anyway, family, love, light, and balance, cosmos. Enjoy the rest of your day. You feel me? Keep your ears to these proverbial internet streets. Let us know what's going on out this way. You dig? Breathe in, let the light in, man. Hey, look, learn to balance up. You dig? Worried about the wrong things. It ain't like we making it up out of life alive, right? Now take this too serious. None of us make it out of life alive. You might as well sit on back and relax. Because you ain't making it up out of this one alive. You're not. Eventually, we all got to cross that threshold. You understand? So we might as well use this time as the best time to go ahead and do something good for somebody, man. And be righteous out here. I got the big homie in the building, Cal. Big. Cosmon, Cal, what's the word? Love, light, and Cosmon to you, brother. Talk to me.
Oh, man. Love, light, balance. Another fire lesson, man. That was crazy. I mean, when you slow it down, it always hit a little different. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell the people, first of all, come and tell you, great lesson, but tell the people y'all be looking out for that Malachi Maccabee interview on the Jehovah Chronicles coming up this week. You hear me? I'm gonna have Babe Bro on there. We gonna get into some questions. We gonna break it down and we gonna let it be bro. You dig what I'm talking about? So y'all stay on the lookout. Probably what you think, like Tuesday-ish?
Yeah. Hey, coming in one of these up and coming days. It's coming.
Yeah. We're gonna have it real soon. We're gonna have that Malachi Maccabee interview on the Jehovah Chronicles, man. Y'all go sub, like, share. But before you do that, I want y'all to go down, go and hit the like button. Go up out of here. Make sure you got the notifications to Honor and Humility. Then once you hit it again, make sure you got all the notifications. Then go over there to the Cosmon Cal TV and sub, like, share, man. Go ahead and get you some of that Ethereum light. You dig what I'm talking about? We just gonna keep bombing.
Keep bombing. Go over to Credit Gang TV, CGG TV. Like, subscribe, sure, man. That's where we all at. See what I'm saying? So, hey, bro, yeah, man. Hey, look, it was a marvelous time to get on here and chop it up with the people. Believe that, you know what I mean? It's important that we distinguish between the creator and these gods and deities out here, man. Character and action. What you think about that, Cal?
I think the character and the action deed is what separates anything from everything. We can both be saying we from Jehovah, right? I heard from Jehovah. Oh, I heard from Jehovah. But what did he say, right? Well, this Jehovah said, I want you to kill the women and the children and bash the babies' heads up against the walls. Thus says the Lord. And this Jehovah over here say, all his words is peace and comprehension. And he say, don't kill nothing, not even for your food. Now we ask it, it's only, see, this is where it becomes key. Because you must look at the character, the deed, the nature of the so-called deity to be able to tell who is who. The dark demonic gods don't have no fear of the creator. So they come in any name and take any form, just like you see the false god of the Bible, aka let's just say Luamon, took upon the title Christ. Right? Christ meaning all high knowledge. So the only way that you could tell that Christ or Luamon is not the creator is by his actions and deeds. I think this is the key. Once we take spirituality out of subjectivity and put it back over onto the objective side, we can, at that point, turn the world into faiths. Because if you're gonna believe in something, at least believe in something that can be proven and it's tangible, that you know something about. If you must use belief, you know. So, so you can tell me all day you an apple tree. You dig what I'm talking about? You can tell me all day you're an apple tree, but when these little orange, sweet, citrusy fruits come up off of you, it's a whole nother thing. The belief was, the subjectivity was, you was an apple. But objectively, truthfully, and in real time, you're producing oranges, sir. We can't let these little small things get past us no more, because they are literally unraveling the thread.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, the system in order though, man, just all throughout is what blows my mind. It's consistent. You know what I mean? Same rules apply for the heavens and the earth. You know what I mean? It's consistent. And when
yeah,
that,
no
with that consistency on every aspect of it, it puts it light years beyond what everybody is talking about, but it also simplifies it. It's easier. You can understand OWASP a lot faster than any other spiritual text because of the consistency of the system in order, whether it's the heavens or the earth, whether it's the creator, God's Lord. Once you understand the system in order, you can understand the book and the message faster, because no matter what story you read, you understand? No matter what histories you read in there, it's going to be, the creator's going to be moving the same way. Bing, 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 bing. And that's what makes it, you know what I mean, so easy.
And the proof that creator moves that way is that his people move that way. In the oneness, in the symmetry. MALAKIMAC don't teach nothing different than Cosmon Cal teach. Cosmon Cal don't teach different than Daryl Cosmon or Selah Shalom. You know what I mean? There is oneness in this system in order, right? And then with that oneness and the cyclical nature of time, it creates a pattern, right? And once you can see the pattern, you already got it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You already got it.
It's like, oh, okay. It did just the time, like with the numbers and the time, man, bro. Solid, man. You did. But that's what it is, Carl, man. Right on for jumping on with your little brother, man. I'm about to get up off here. The inmates about to run the asylum. I don't know if you hear your nephews in the back going crazy.
They're over there thugging.
Yeah, so, you know, I got to go ahead and give out a couple knuckle sandwiches real quick.
Hey, man. Yeah, we gonna Y'all just stay abreast, man. We gonna give you a good interview this weekend, man. Hey, I just want y'all to do one thing for me, man. Just breathe in. Let that light in. Cause I'm Cosmine and I'm out. Peace, bro.
Peace, bro. Love, light, and Cosmine. To the family, love, light, and Cosmine. The body is, hey, man, today is a marvelous day to do a marvelous work for somebody. Stop being a misfit all your life. You understand? To the next time, family. Like my brethren say, breathe in, let the light in. My Baptist there.